everyone, I'm Ashleigh Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. Back in August, Erik and Lyle Menendez sat down before a parole board, hoping to God that they would make a good case for being released from prison, now that their sentences of life no parole had been reduced, and now that they had a shot to actually pitch for parole. Sadly, the public cameras were not allowed to follow along, and since then only snippets of tape have been released, which matters because both of the brothers were denied parole, and a lot of people have serious questions as to why. Was it the case itself? Was it the DA's objections? Did the brothers maybe not seem sincere in their pitch? I don't know, because I wasn't allowed to follow along. Get where I'm going here? Only the players were allowed to be part of the complete hearings. But now we have the complete tapes, all 16 hours. And I thought you might want to hear Erik and Lyle in their own words as they told their stories to the parole board members and asked for mercy. And as the parole board members asked specific questions, probing questions of the brothers. Before I play the audio of Erik and Lyle's one-on-one, back and forth with their parole board members, and I've got complete transcription so you can follow along as well, I want to give a brief overview of what led up to this very moment. You might remember back in May, Judge William Ryan cut down the brothers' original life no parole sentences to instead a sentence of 50 years to life. Now you might think, well, we haven't hit 50 years, so why are they getting a parole hearing? And that's because of California's youthful offender law. It now covers anyone who committed a crime under the age of 26. And that is what opened the door to give the brothers a shot at a parole hearing. So Erik Menendez went first on August 21st, and Lyle Menendez followed the very next day on August 22nd. And both of them walked away with the very same result: denied. The parole board pointed to contraband cell phones, disciplinary write-ups, and what they called a lack of quote-unquote insight into their crimes. And even though the brothers expressed remorse, the board decided that they were still a public safety risk. It means no second chance, at least not yet. They're going to have to wait 3 more years before they can try again. But there is another unique pipeline that can allow a second shot at parole in just 18 months. So stay tuned. Methinks they probably will give it a shot. But a matter of weeks after their denials, I mean, the sting was still strong, right? Things went from bad to worse for Erik and Lyle Menendez when a Los Angeles judge slammed the door on their other pipeline to freedom. The brothers had argued for a brand new trial based on so-called new evidence, which was a 1989 letter that Erik wrote to his cousin alleging abuse by their father, Jose, and also an affidavit from a former Menudo band member, singer Roy Rossello, who says that Jose Menendez raped him too. But Judge William Ryan ruled that even if true, that evidence wasn't strong enough to change the original verdict. The Menendez defense team called the ruling, quote, disappointing, but they vowed to keep fighting. For now, though, parole is denied. A new trial is denied. And Lyle and Erik remain exactly where they have been since 1989, which is behind bars. The audio is illuminating, and I'm about to play it. But first, I want to give you a quick thank you for being a supporter of this channel. I could not do this without us, without you. I also couldn't do this without my sponsors. They really do make this podcast possible, like Morgan & Morgan, which is a company that I have partnered with. If there's anything that Drop Dead Serious has proven to me, and maybe even to you, it's that the world's pretty unpredictable. And that having a good lawyer is really, really important. And that's where Morgan & Morgan comes in. They're a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. And let me tell you, they win. They win a lot of cases right across the country. Just check the stats. Past couple of months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $9.3 million verdict for a car crash in Florida and a $5.6 million verdict for another car accident victim in Atlanta. And that doesn't even come into question on the $1.8 million in Kentucky after an insurance company offered a mere $5,000 in the case. That's a big difference. So even if you think your case isn't worth millions, why not just start a claim and find out? At the very least, you should be fighting for what you deserve. And honestly, Morgan & Morgan makes this so incredibly easy. You can do this right from your phone. You can start a claim from your phone. All it takes is 8 clicks. So if you've been injured, start a claim. Take a peek. Find out. It could be worth a lot to you. Just go to www.forthepeople.com/Banfield. Again, that's forthepeople.com/Banfield. Or you can just click the link below, or you can scan the QR code on your screen. And hey, share the love with your friends. It's totally cool. You can give them my discount code. It's forthepeople.com/Banfield. Okay, back to the Menendez parole hearings and the tapes. Fair warning, my friends. Parole hearings aren't short. And the hearings for each of these brothers was roughly 8 hours or so, when you included everything, all of the witnesses, everybody who had something to say in these hearings, right? But we have selected just the part of the hearings where Erik and Lyle themselves engage with the board. And even then, it's a few hours of listening. So get comfy. Here's Erik and Lyle Menendez speaking with the California Board of Parole Hearings. Erik's hearing was first.
Mr. Menendez, as I said, while it's not our intent to retry your crime, we certainly want to talk to you about who you were at that time, because one of the things in our determination of whether or not you currently pose an unreasonable risk to public safety is whether or not there's been offender change. So prior to the murder, you had already been involved in some criminal activity. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the first instance, the first burglary that you committed, how old were you?
17.
Okay, and why did you involve yourself in that burglary?
I began as a prank with a couple of other people at a party, and it escalated and became a serious instance. I wanted to impress them, and I was very mature, and I made very poor decisions, and I ended up hurting those individuals that I burglarized.
Okay, and I know what happened. I've read the record, but I'm trying to figure out, at that point in time, you didn't need money, right?
No.
And you realize that you have entry to a safe and it has valuables in it. Do you remember having any thought whatsoever about, because that's a little different than moving your friend's car. I mean, now you're actually stealing things. Had you stolen before that?
No.
Okay. So what was your plan to do with the things you were stealing?
I didn't have a plan. I was with these older kids that I had known from high school, and it doesn't excuse my action. I was fully culpable in what I was doing. I took them, and I didn't know what I was going to do with them. Simply doing the act was this sense of validation for me that I could do this act. I was dealing with tremendous self-worth issues at the time, and this made me feel like I could do something. And I went to my brother and I showed him what I had taken, almost as if I was going to get validated, almost as if he was going to say, good job or something like that. And I did not appreciate the consequences not just the consequences, but the damage I was doing to the lists. It was the family of the lists, and how I was harming them. In my mind, I was saying, insurance is going to cover all of this. I did this with these kids, and I'm one of them. I
got you. And you've written about this in some detail, very similar to what you're sharing now. I guess my question is, if you'd already done that, kind of proven it to yourself, proven it to these kids, Why then commit the second burglary?
As soon as, right after we had gone into the safe, there was a discussion among them, and I was there, but they were older kids, and so I was more of the hanger-on, that they wanted to do a real burglary. Like we were already in the house, it was a party, and we came across the safe in looking for the keys. And so I heard this, and I put it in my mind that I was going to do this burglary before they could do the burglary. That I was going to... Did you talk
about who was going to be burgled or where?
At the time, no. It was subsequent conversations that they had decided that it was going to be a different house, the Ginsburg house. That's the family of the second place.
And how many peers are we talking about?
2 others.
And how much older were they than you?
They were a year older. They were going off to college. I was still in high school.
Okay. All right. And so you decide that you're going to do it before they can, but then you involve your brother. Why?
My brother was like a second father to me. He was the person that I looked up to and idolized. And
well, you're not going to involve your father in doing a burglary.
Definitely not. So it's a good question. I just had I just thought Lyle would say, I don't know what exactly I thought Lyle would say, but maybe he would say, this is terrible, you did an awful thing, or maybe he would say, good idea. What he ended up saying is, you're going to get in trouble, you're going to get arrested, and I'm going to be held responsible for this with Dad. It wasn't, keep in mind, it wasn't the ethical considerations that he was bringing up. It was the consequential considerations.
I understand.
And so his concern wasn't about the morality of the event. It was this is going to go badly, and you don't know what you're doing, and you're going to get arrested or worse, and Dad's going to blame him.
I get that, but that actually was the point of my question in both of these cases that you haven't really answered yet, and that is, why weren't there in your mind, most people at 16, 17, they know the difference between right and wrong, why weren't there ethical or morality considerations in terms of just, hey, this is wrong, it's against the law, it's taking stuff that isn't ours? Was stealing something that you thought was acceptable in certain circumstances?
I had never stolen like that before, but I was raised in a family where stealing isn't what was frowned upon. It was...
Getting caught.
Getting caught was what was frowned upon. My father prided himself on being able to do anything inside or outside the law and rise above it and profit from it. I was not raised with a moral foundation. To say the opposite, I was raised purposely without the moral foundation that I should not do wrong when I know the difference between right and wrong. I was raised to lie, to cheat, to steal. Steal in a sense, an abstract way. So when I was playing tennis, my father would make sure that I cheated at certain times if he told me to. The idea that there's a right and wrong that I do not cross because it's just a moral bound was not instilled in me as a teenager.
So when do you think you learned that?
That's been an evolution for me in life. When it came to the burglaries, 10 years later, my wife owned a store called Planet Puppy, and her store.
She was burgled. You wrote about it.
Yes, and that had a major impact on me. But I was already going along the lines that there is right and wrong. I had begun to believe in God again, and I understood the moral right and wrong. The evolution of me having an internal guardrail that there's just certain things that you don't do has been an evolving process. It's been that my journey in prison has been that process, me finding who I.
And the reason I'm asking you this about who you were at the time is because you wrote at length about what you felt your character defects were at that time, right?
Yes.
And do you remember what you wrote?
I wrote it, my character defects involved a lot of moral failings.
I have it listed.
I was dishonest, I was angry, I was in a codependent relationship with my brother, I was impulsive, I was entitled, I had extreme negative talking to myself. I would violate the rules if I believed that it would benefit me. I did not trust authority. I didn't trust my relatives. I lived in an isolated household. We were trained to not go outside the household. So I had deep character failings.
Okay. But I'm talking about, and these were, you recognize now, these were instilled even before the murders.
Absolutely, yes.
And so, and I know, I mean, they're not huge when it comes to criminal history necessarily, but there were some speedings and failures to appear. Did you feel like the laws of the road really didn't apply to you?
Speeding, yes. My understanding is that the failures to appear happened because I was arrested, but
I don't know.
I can't imagine I wouldn't have gone to court if I had a court date. But speeding, yes, absolutely. I lost my license for speeding.
Okay.
A total disregard for the safety of others on the road.
And after you commit the second burglary, right, even though your brother tells you not to, as you said, not for moral reasons, but for consequences from your dad, you still decide to go ahead and do it. Why?
He was advising me not to. I told him, I'm going to do this. My friends are going to do this burglary. I'm going to do it before them. And I believed that this would impress my friends. I believed that I would look like I was worth being in their group of their age, because they were older. And
right, but didn't you already do that in the first burglary?
I was just there. I was there and I committed the burglary, but I hadn't done it on my own. They were there. And this
so after
was something.
The second one, did you give them any of that property or go tell them what you did?
No. Tell them what I'm not sure if I specifically told them what I did. They found out very quickly that I'm the one that did it. Things unraveled very fast at that point. I was putting some of the jewelry, after I did the second burglary, I began to realize what I did was wrong. Some of the jewelry I was looking at looked like it was meaningful and personal, and my thought was they're going to be able to replace all of this with insurance, but some of the jewelry looked like it's not replaceable, and I began to think what started out as this prank and what started out as turned into a serious crime. And so I thought I should put some of this back, and I began and so I went into the safe to return some of it, but it unraveled so fast that there was, after I did that, there was no opportunity to get back into the houses.
Well, but you planned the second burglary, so what did you plan to do with the stuff you took?
I didn't plan it. I planned the burglary. I didn't plan on what to do with the stuff. I took a Solaflex machine. I took paintings. I just took everything.
Yeah, the stuff was stupid, and I get it. You were 17, but I'm talking about the storage facility.
I took so much stuff that Lyle had to rent the storage facility, and so we just put it in the storage facility because we had no other place to put it. And
at no time during that discussion with him, you guys were like, "This is stupid. Why are we doing this? What are we going to do with this stuff?" I mean, you had to have some discussion.
Yeah, well, we discussed at some point later returning it, but in the meantime, my brother was upset that he actually stopped me from going back in the house because he said, "You're taking too much stuff." I had piled the stuff up by the front door. He's now helping me put it into the car, and he was telling me that I'm not there to move the people out. I was there because I wanted to do this burglary, and I took all kinds of things that were ridiculous, and he was disappointed in me. I felt like I had failed again, now in his eyes. He thought that this crime that I did was, the reasons were dumb, and that I was going to get into serious trouble with my father.
So why didn't that concern you?
I kind of wanted to stick it to my dad. I was in a very difficult relationship with my father, and I was dealing with a whole nother issues with him in terms of my relationship with him, and I was resisting him in ways that I could. And doing the burglary was one way that I could resist him and sort of be really violate his rules, and there's nothing he could do about it. And it was.
But you murdered him because you thought there was something he was going to do to you.
Yes, but at this time of the burglaries, this was just a sort of a passive resistance to him. This was not me standing up. The last time I stood up to him was before my 18th birthday, and I built myself up to say no to him, and that turned very badly for me. So I gave up.
I'm not here for you to revisit your trauma. I've read extensively about it. So I understand that. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is your desire to impress these friends overcame your fear of your father and the advice of your brother.
Yes and no. I don't know that it overcame my fear of my father. He was going to punish me one way or another, violently or not. He ended up not violently punishing me, which was odd to me. He took me out of the will, but he didn't punish me violently. But the loyalty in my family was secrecy. Loyalty was keep the family secret. That I was not going to betray. Doing a burglary, my dad's bad, violated laws, bragged about not paying taxes, would lie to the neighbor, killed our dog. He wasn't the immoral act. In my mind, maybe he'd be proud of me if I did this well. Maybe this was something I could do, but it was also a way in my heart that I knew this is me sticking it to him.
Well, and you said because it would damage his reputation.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And as I said, we've read that, so we understand that. Okay, so how much time between the second burglary and the murder?
A little over a year.
And during that time frame, when was it when Lyle came home again?
Lyle was living at home during the summer of the burglaries, and then he went off to Princeton that fall, and he would be home on and off. He was constantly flying home. So he was home periodically. He lived in the guest house.
Okay. So on and off during that whole year.
Right.
And when did the two of you first discuss doing something to your father and mother or father?
I went to him the Tuesday before to tell him what was. I didn't go to him specifically to tell him. I had seen an incident with my mother in the foyer with my brother. And so I went to the guest house and I just broke down and started telling him. But there was no talk about doing anything to my parents. The talk was, you're coming back to Princeton with me. I told him that the sexual violence was still going on. He was very upset. He was very angry at me, and I think he felt very guilty. But he believed that I would be able to go back to Princeton with him, and that he was going to take me away from it and end it. It's when that did not work, and his confrontation with Dad turned very bad on Thursday night, that was the first talk of buying guns. But the talk of the buying guns was not, let's buy guns and kill them. That wasn't the conversation. The talk of the buying guns was because now it had become very dangerous, and I had broken the one rule that my father told me never to break. So
you had never told Lyle before that you were being sexually abused?
No.
And you had never talked to him about his sexual abuse of you at that point?
No. Lyle and I never discussed that until...
You said in court he apologized or something.
Exactly.
So while you were in county jail during the trial, did you have that discussion?
No, not until after he was on the stand.
Were you suppressing that, or did you think he didn't remember it, or you just didn't want to talk about it?
I didn't want to talk about it. Lyle and I were raised purposely to not talk to each other about emotional or traumatic things. We were raised to keep that inside, that talking about something like that was considered a great weakness, and the shame of what he did to me. I couldn't imagine bringing it up to him.
So when you talked about getting the guns, what was the purpose if not to use them?
The purpose was to use them if my dad, when we talked about getting the guns, I had made the decision I was never going to let Dad come in my room and do that again. That was never going to happen. And now Lyle, Lyle was my ally, and Lyle had wanted to run away. He wanted to leave, go somewhere, talk to someone, do something, and I told him that was impossible. And
so the decision, why would you tell him that?
Because in my mind, leaving meant death. There was no consideration. I was totally convinced that there was no place I could go. It was not a consideration to me. It didn't matter where I was.
You were 18, right?
Yes.
You know, at 18, you can leave home. People do it all the time, especially in bad situations. Right?
Yes. Yes.
You had family members, in fact, some of them are here, that would have taken you in, right? You had your brother now who was saying, let's leave, let's get out of here.
Yes.
And so there wasn't any part of you don't think, that was thinking, I'm going to end this my way by killing him? Because you kind of put yourself in that position.
Right. It's difficult to convey, but I'm going to try, how terrifying my father was. The idea that I could walk into a room and shoot him was inconceivable to me. I fantasized about him not being alive when I was a teenager, but the idea of me pulling a trigger and killing him, my dad was the most terrifying human being I've ever met. He still is.
But wait a minute, you're shifting the question. My question was, if you had these opportunities and people basically telling you, your brother, hey, let's just leave, and the alternative is, I'm going to get a gun, knowing that he's going to come at me again, and I'm going to shoot him in self-defense or whatever, versus I'm going to leave, go to the authorities, go to family, go to whoever. I've already disclosed to Lyle, let's just leave so I can get away from this monster. Why didn't you make that choice? What kept you in the house?
my absolute belief that I could not get away. Maybe it sounds completely irrational and unreasonable today, but at the time, there was,
Well, I've dealt with a lot of sexual assault victims, and I get that learned helplessness. I understand the syndrome. I didn't need the psychologist to write me and explain it. I've seen it. So I understand that. But also, oftentimes, those people that have no other options, in other words, if they were to leave, they'd literally be homeless with nothing. You weren't in that situation. You're a smart guy. At that point, you had, what, a 4.0 or something in high school?
I wish, a 3.1.
Okay, still.
But I was still
well.
smart.
Still could have gone to college. Even if it was
Yes.
a junior college, you could have gotten a job, right? It would have meant the end of your tennis, would have meant the end of your lifestyle. And that's one of the things that I'm curious about too, because in your writings you say there is, I quoted it, I have no justification for what I did.
Right.
And that's your belief today, correct?
Correct.
Was there any part of this that you believe was self-defense?
No.
No, there was no imminent, I mean, I get it if he's pounding coming through your door, but you're
I'm
basically...
going to object to him making legal conclusions because we have a pending habeas. There's an order to show cause in the habeas. His mindset, his beliefs, his fears is what's relevant here, not his
Counsel,
legal...
You should then advise him not to answer the question before he answers it. So I'm not asking him for a legal conclusion. I was asking about the statement that he said, I have no justification for what I did. He actually wrote that.
Are we asking about self-defense, imperfect self-defense? If we're going to go down a legal analysis
No,
pathway...
I'm not
then I
asking
think
him for a
this
legal
doesn't
analysis,
help.
and I think he understood the question. The point of the question was what, because he was telling me, or you were telling me, Mr. Menendez, about this fear, and that you had got the guns not to kill them, and I said, why'd you get them? And then you digressed. You didn't really answer. You said, I wasn't going to let him ever do that to me.
I'm going to object again. Because the panel cut him off when he was talking about his father and his fear of his father, which is the answer to that question, and he wasn't allowed to finish that discussion. But his mindset is the basis for his choices, and I think he needs to have a full opportunity to answer.
I appreciate your objection. It's not really an objection; it's just a comment on what I was saying, but. As far as you, Mr. Menendez, I'll ask the question again. What was your purpose in getting the guns?
I assume we'll get to the night of August 20th, and
Yep.
Okay.
We're about there.
Okay. My purpose in getting the guns was to protect myself in case my father or my mother came at me to kill me, or my father came in the room to rape me. That is why I bought the guns.
Okay. And how many guns were purchased?
2.
Why was that?
1 for me and 1 for Lyle.
So Lyle, you believe, was going to assist you or was going to help you in some way if you were attacked?
Yes, but he telling Lyle and exposing the family secret, and my dad believing that we were going to go and tell other people, meant that our lives were in extreme danger immediately. So Lyle did not feel comfortable. If I wasn't leaving, he wanted to have a gun.
Okay, so why use fake ID to get those guns?
It was the ID I had on me. I didn't have an ID. And 2, even if I had an ID, I wouldn't have used it. I wouldn't have used my own driver's license.
Why?
Because on Friday, we didn't have an intention to kill my parents. And if we buy the guns and I have my ID and I put my address, then paperwork's going to show up at the house. My parents are going to know I went and bought guns on Friday. We were trying to conceal that.
Okay, had you bought guns before?
No.
How do you know paperwork would show up at the house?
I'm just assuming that brochures, whatever, will show up at the house.
Okay, so you go back home and you see the interaction between your parents and they go in the den. Was it your something that you thought was acceptable in certain circumstances?
I had never stolen like that before, but I was raised in a family where stealing isn't what was frowned upon. It was
Getting caught.
getting caught was what was frowned upon. My father prided himself on being able to do anything inside or outside the law and rise above it and profit from it. I was not raised with a moral foundation. To say the opposite, I was raised purposely without the moral foundation that I should not do wrong when I know the difference between right and wrong. I was raised to lie, to cheat, to steal. Steal in a sense, an abstract way. So when I was playing tennis, my father would make sure that I cheated at certain times if he told me to. The idea that there's a right and wrong that I do not cross because it's just a moral bound was not instilled in me as a teenager.
So when do you think you learned that?
That's been an evolution for me in life. When it came to the burglaries, 10 years later, my wife owned a store called Planet Puppy, and her store.
She was burgled. You wrote about it.
Yes, and that had a major impact on me. But I was already going along the lines that there is right and wrong. I had begun to believe in God again, and I understood the moral right and wrong. The evolution of me having an internal guardrail that there's just certain things that you don't do has been an evolving process. It's been that my journey in prison has been that process, me finding who I.
And the reason I'm asking you this about who you were at the time is because you wrote at length about what you felt your character defects were at that time, right?
Yes.
And do you remember what you wrote?
I wrote it. My character defects involved a lot of moral failings.
I have it listed.
I was dishonest. I was angry. I was in a codependent relationship with my brother. I was impulsive. I was entitled. I had extreme negative talking to myself. I would violate the rules if I believed that it would benefit me. I did not trust authority. I didn't trust my relatives. I lived in an isolated household. We were trained to not go outside the household. So I had deep character failings.
Okay. But I'm talking about, and these were, you recognize now, these were instilled even before the murders.
Absolutely, yes.
And I know, I mean, they're not huge when it comes to criminal history necessarily, but there were some speedings and failures to appear. Did you feel like the laws of the road really didn't apply to you?
Speeding, yes. My understanding is that the failures to appear happened because I was arrested, but
okay. I don't know.
I can't imagine I wouldn't have gone to court if I had a court date. But speeding, yes, absolutely. I lost my license for speeding. Okay. A total disregard for the safety of others on the road.
And after you commit the second burglary, right, even though your brother tells you not to, as you said, not for moral reasons, but for consequences from your dad, you still decide to go ahead and do it. Why?
He was advising me not to. I told him, I'm going to do this. my friends are going to do this burglary. I'm going to do it before them. And I believed that this would impress my friends. I believed that I would look like I was worth being in their group of their age, because they were older.
Right, but
And
didn't you already do that in the first burglary?
I was just there. I was there and I committed the burglary, but I hadn't done it on my own. They were there. And this
So after
was
the
something
second one, did you give them any of that property or go tell them what you did?
No. To tell them what I'm not sure if I specifically told them what I did. They found out very quickly that I'm the one that did it. Things unraveled very fast at that point. I was putting some of the jewelry, after I did the second burglary, I began to realize what I did was wrong. Some of the jewelry I was looking at looked like it was meaningful and personal, and my thought was they're going to be able to replace all of this with insurance, but some of the jewelry looked like it's not replaceable, and I began to think what started out as this prank and what started out as turned into a serious crime. And so I thought I should put some of this back, and I began and so I went into the safe to return some of it, but it unraveled so fast that there was, after I did that, there was no opportunity to get back into the houses.
Well, but you planned the second burglary. So what did you plan to do with the stuff you took?
I didn't plan it. I planned the burglary. I didn't plan on what to do with the stuff. I took a Solaflex machine. I took paintings. I just took everything.
Yeah, the stuff
And
was stupid, and I get it. You were 17, but I'm talking about the storage facility.
I took so much stuff that Lyle had to rent a storage facility. And so we just put it in the storage facility because we had no other place to put it. And
at no time during that discussion with him, you guys were like, this is stupid, why are we doing this? What are we going to do with this stuff? I mean, you had to have some discussion.
well, we discussed at some point later returning it, but in the meantime, my brother was upset that he actually stopped me from going back in the house because he said, you're taking too much stuff. I had piled the stuff up by the front door. He's now helping me put it into the car, and he was telling me that I'm not there to move the people out. I was there because I wanted to do this burglary, and I took all kinds of things that were ridiculous, and he was disappointed in me. I felt like I had failed again, now in his eyes. He thought that this crime that I did was, the reasons were dumb, and that I was going to get into serious trouble with my father.
So why didn't that concern you?
I kind of wanted to stick it to my dad. I was in a very difficult relationship with my father, and I was dealing with a whole nother issues with him in terms of my relationship with him, and I was resisting him in ways that I could. And doing the burglary was one way that I could resist him and sort of be really violate his rules, and there's nothing he could do about it. And it was.
But you murdered him because you thought there was something he was going to do to you.
Yes, but at this time of the burglaries, this was just a sort of a passive resistance to him. This was not me standing up. The last time I stood up to him was before my 18th birthday, and I built myself up to say no to him, and that turned very badly for me. So I gave up.
I'm not here for you to revisit your trauma. I've read extensively about it. So I understand that. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is your desire to impress these friends overcame your fear of your father and the advice of your brother.
Yes and no. I don't know that it overcame my fear of my father. He was going to punish me one way or another, violently or not. He ended up not violently punishing me, which was odd to me. He took me out of the will, but he didn't punish me violently. But the loyalty in my family was secrecy. Loyalty was keep the family secret. That I was not going to betray. Doing a burglary, my dad's bad, violated laws, bragged about not paying taxes, about would lie to the neighbor, killed our dog. He wasn't the immoral act. In my mind, maybe he'd be proud of me if I did this well. Maybe this was something I could do, but it was also a way in my heart that I knew this is me sticking it to him.
Well, and you said because it would damage his reputation.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And as I said, we've read that, so we understand that. Okay, so how much time between the second burglary and the murder?
A little over a year.
And during that time frame, when was it when Lyle came home again?
Lyle was living at home during the summer of the burglaries. And then he went off to Princeton that fall, and he would be home on and off. He was constantly flying home. So he was home periodically. He lived in the guest house.
Okay. So on and off during that whole year.
Right.
And when did the two of you first discuss doing something to your father and mother or father?
I went to him the Tuesday before to tell him what was... I didn't go to him specifically to tell him. I had seen an incident with my mother in the foyer with my brother. And so I went to the guest house and I just broke down and started telling him. But there was no talk about doing anything to my parents. The talk was, you're coming back to Princeton with me. I told him that the sexual violence was still going on. He was very upset. He was very angry at me. And I think he felt very guilty. But he believed that I would be able to go back to Princeton with him and that he was going to take me away from it and end it. It's when that did not work and his confrontation with Dad turned very bad on Thursday night that that was the first talk of buying guns. But the talk of the buying guns was not, let's buy guns and kill them. That wasn't the conversation. The talk of the buying guns was because now it had become very dangerous, and I had broken the one rule that my father told me never to break. So
you had never told Lyle before that you were being sexually abused?
No.
And you had never talked to him about his sexual abuse of you at that point?
No. Lyle and I never discussed that until...
You said in court he apologized or something.
Exactly.
So while you were in county jail during the trial, did you have that discussion?
No, not until after he was on the stand.
Were you suppressing that, or did you think he didn't remember it, or you just didn't want to talk about it?
I didn't want to talk about it. Lyle and I were raised purposely to not talk to each other about emotional or traumatic things. We were raised to keep that inside, that talking about something like that was considered a great weakness. And the shame of what he did to me, I couldn't imagine bringing it up to him.
So when you talked about getting the guns, what was the purpose, if not to use them?
The purpose was to use them if my dad, when we talked about getting the guns, I had made the decision I was never going to let Dad come in my room and do that again. That was never going to happen. And now Lyle, Lyle was my ally, and Lyle had wanted to run away. He wanted to leave, go somewhere, talk to someone, do something, and I told him that was impossible. And
Well,
so the
stop.
decision,
Why? Why would you tell him that?
because in my mind, leaving meant death. There was no consideration. I was totally convinced that there was no place I could go. It was not a consideration to me. It didn't matter where I was.
You were 18, right?
Yes.
You know, at 18, you can leave home. People do it all the time, especially in bad
Yes.
situations. Right?
Yes. Yes.
You had family members, in fact, some of them are here, that would have taken you in, right? You had your brother now who was saying, let's leave, let's get out of here.
Yes.
And so there wasn't any part of you don't think, that was thinking, I'm going to end this my way by killing him? Because you kind of put yourself in that position.
Right. Right. It's difficult to convey, but I'm going to try, how terrifying my father was. The idea that I could walk into a room and shoot him was inconceivable to me. I fantasized about him not being alive when I was a teenager, but the idea of me pulling a trigger and killing him, my dad was the most terrifying human being I've ever met. He still is.
But wait a minute, you're shifting the question. My question was, if you had these opportunities and people basically telling you, your brother, hey, let's just leave, and the alternative is, I'm going to get a gun, knowing that he's going to come after me again, and I'm going to shoot him in self-defense or whatever, versus I'm going to leave, go to the authorities, go to family, go to whoever. I've already disclosed to Lyle, let's just leave so I can get away from this monster. Why didn't you make that choice? What kept you in the house?
My absolute belief that I could not get away. Maybe it sounds completely irrational and unreasonable today, but at the time, there was...
Well, I dealt with a lot of sexual assault victims, and I get that learned helplessness. I understand the syndrome. I didn't need the psychologist to write me and explain it. I've seen it. So I understand that. But also, oftentimes, those people that have no other options, in other words, if they were to leave, they'd literally be homeless with nothing. You weren't in that situation. You're a smart guy. At that point, you had, what, a 4.0 or something in high school?
I wish. A 3.1.
Okay, still.
But I was still
well.
smart.
Still could have gone to college. Even if it was
Yes.
a junior college, you could have gotten a job, right? It would have meant the end of your tennis, would have meant the end of your lifestyle. And that's one of the things that I'm curious about too, because in your writings you say there is, I quoted it, I have no justification for what I did.
Right.
And that's your belief today, correct?
Correct.
Was there any part of this that you believe was self-defense?
No.
No, there was no imminent, I mean, I get it if he's pounding coming through your door, but you're
I'm going to
basically...
object to him making legal conclusions because we have a pending habeas. There's an order to show cause in the habeas. His mindset, his beliefs, his fears is what's relevant here, not his
Counsel,
legal.
You should then advise him not to answer the question before he answers it. So I'm not asking him for a legal conclusion. I was asking about the statement that he said, I have no justification for what I did. He actually wrote that.
We asked him about self-defense, imperfect self-defense. If we're going to go down a legal analysis
No,
pathway,
I'm not
then I
asking
think
him for a
this
legal
doesn't
analysis,
help.
and I think he understood the question. The point of the question was what, because he was telling me, or you were telling me, Mr. Menendez, about this fear, and that you had got the guns not to kill them. And I said, why'd you get them? And then you digressed. You didn't really answer. You said, I wasn't going to let him ever do that to me.
I'm going to object again. Because the panel cut him off when he was talking about his father and his fear of his father, which is the answer to that question, and he wasn't allowed to finish that discussion. But his mindset is the basis for his choices, and I think he needs to have a full opportunity to answer.
I appreciate your objection. It's not really an objection; it's just a comment on what I was saying. But as far as you, Mr. Menendez, I'll ask the question again. What was your purpose in getting the guns?
I assume we'll get to the night of August 20th, and
Yep.
okay.
We're about there.
Okay. My purpose in getting the guns was to protect myself in case my father or my mother came at me to kill me, or my father came in the room to rape me. That is why I bought the guns.
Okay. And how many guns were purchased?
2.
Why was that?
1 for me and 1 for Lyle.
So Lyle, you believe, was going to assist you or was going to help you in some way if you were attacked?
Yes, but he telling Lyle and exposing the family secret, and my dad believing that we were going to go and tell other people, meant that our lives were in extreme danger immediately. So Lyle did not feel comfortable. If I wasn't leaving, he wanted to have a gun.
Okay, so why use fake ID to get those guns?
That was the ID I had on me. I didn't have an ID. And 2, even if I had an ID, I wouldn't have used it. I wouldn't have used my own driver's license.
Why?
Because on Friday, we didn't have an intention to kill my parents. And if we buy the guns and I have my ID and I put my address, then paperwork's going to show up at the house. My parents are going to know I went and bought guns on Friday. We were trying to conceal that.
Okay, had you bought guns before?
No.
How do you know paperwork would show up at the house?
I'm just assuming that brochures, whatever, will show up at the house.
Okay, so you go back home and you see the interaction between your parents and they go in the den. Was it your idea then? Or Lyle's? Who first acted in terms of the violence?
Lyle came to the top of the stairs after my dad had ordered me to my room and said he was coming up, and said it's happening now. But my focus was, Dad's coming to my room. I can't let Dad come to my room. And Lyle said, you understand, it's happening now. And I knew what that meant. We were about to die now. And I told him, my gun's in my room. And I ran to my room to get the gun. All I knew is that I got to get to that den. Fear was driving me to that den, and rage. The idea that Dad was going to come to my room, Dad was going to come to my room and rape me that night. That was going to happen, one way or another. If he was alive, or then that was going to happen. And so I went and I ran and I got the gun in my room and I went down to the car and I loaded it and I ran into that den before Lyle could, without a discussion, before Lyle. I didn't even wait for Lyle. I knew I had to get to that den.
Okay, but again, from an outside objective, I get it, not thinking straight, you had the trauma, all of that, but you do see that there were other choices at that point.
I get that, looking back as a healthy individual today, that there were obviously, other choices. When I look back at the 18-year-old that I was, and I don't mean to minimize it by saying I was 18, just the person I was then, and what I believed about the world and my parents, running away was inconceivable. Running away meant death. That was never going to happen. It wouldn't matter where I was. My father sent me on tennis trips when I was 12. He didn't think that I was going to tell anybody or run away. He had no fear of that. He had trained me to believe that running away meant death. I knew it. And so at that car, it's logical. I get it. I'm at the car. Why didn't I get in the car and drive away? I understand that question.
And you had a shotgun.
Right. It was inconceivable to run away. You would have to live my experience to understand that there was no way I was running away. And if my dad exited that den before I got to that den, I was dead.
Okay,
That's
so
what I
you get the
believe.
gun,
I believed
You're
it.
going to go kill dad as preemptive, right? Because you had this fear. Why kill mom?
I saw my mom, when my mom told me on Thursday that she had known all of those years, it was the most devastating moment in my entire life. It changed everything for me. And it changed the way I had been protecting her by not telling her. When she told me on Thursday that she knew I saw her and dad, my mom all my life had been my dad's ally, telling my dad everything that I did wrong, watching me get whipped in front of her. But
Do
I
you
still
think
believe.
so? Or have you rethought that?
Rethought which part?
Well, whether she was his ally. What if she was his victim?
She was his victim. She was definitely his victim. And a lot of what she did in blaming me was to avoid her getting hit. When my dad would beat my mom and I would see blood on the sheets the next morning, I knew it was because of me. He was beating her because I failed. She was his victim.
You wrote about all that too. Again, I'm not trying to have you revisit it. I'm trying to figure out that night why, if you knew that this was happening to your mom, I get the betrayal that she knew, and you thought you were protecting her by not telling her, but she knew. Still, if you have this burning hatred towards your dad, you had no thought about rescuing your mom at all?
A series of incidents told me that my mom would not just not take our side, but egg him on. When I found one of my mom's suicide notes, and I called my brother and said, "Mom's going to commit suicide. We need to do something." My brother had gone to my mom. This was a few years before, and said, "Leave Dad. We'll leave with you. We'll go back to New Jersey." And my mom said, "I'm never leaving your father. Your father is a great man, and I'm his wife, and that's who I am." Through step by step, my mother had shown that she was united with my dad, but I still didn't believe she knew. And when I found out that she knew, I no longer saw him and her as different. They were different. She was his victim. I should have known that. I should have separated it in my mind. But at that night, I saw them as one person. Had she not been in the room, maybe it would have been different. It would have been different.
But wait a minute. I'm going to ask you about that, because when you shot him the first time, she was still alive. You had to go out and reload to kill her.
Yes. All I heard was a no, and I ran out. That's the part of this that is the hardest, and you're right. I wish to God I did not do that.
Well, so after the murders, are you doing okay? You need a break?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Oh, you're not fine. No one would be fine after discussing this. Take some deep breaths. Like I said, don't hold your breath. I don't want you passing out in there. So after the murders, you, and I've read what you wrote, it wasn't immediate, but then you realized police weren't coming and you were going to figure out a way to cover it up, right?
Yes.
So did it ever occur to you that maybe you're putting other people in danger by just disposing of guns?
Not at that time, no.
Where'd you dump them?
Off of Mulholland Highway.
Okay. Chance anybody could find them, right?
Yes.
What about, and this, I know I've read both briefs, but what about the money afterwards and the spending sprees?
It's shameful.
I mean, why do you think why do you think that was?
You know, I was torn between hatred of myself over what I did and wishing that I could undo it, and trying to live out my life as making teenager decisions. And I bought a Rolex. Buying a Rolex, which is just an incredibly callous act, made me to make myself feel more like a man. To say, okay, I'm a man now, as if that's going to make me a man. Buying a suit.
Well, what was your plan for your life after that?
I had no plan for my life. I didn't know what to do with my life. The only thing I knew in my life was to play tennis. It was the only thing I was good at, the only thing that gave me any kind of self-worth. I didn't have direction in my life. My self-worth didn't come from my belief in God or my goodness to other people. My self-worth came from achievement of what success was. And the only thing that I was really good at was tennis. I wasn't that good at academics. I wasn't that good at. So I knew I can play tennis and it'll keep my mind off of things, but it didn't.
Well, what about you and Lyle? Did you talk about potentially getting caught? I know you talked about not confessing, or tell me if you're going to confess. I read that. But after you'd gotten away with it, basically, were there more discussions about keeping it quiet?
Just Lyle assumed that I was not going to confess. I couldn't go to him with the pain that I was in. I could not talk to Lyle about this personal anguish that I couldn't live with what we had done, and I needed to talk about it.
What about the spending? Did you guys talk to each other about that?
No, I knew about some of the purchases that Lyle made, and I was not in agreement with them. I spent the money that I spent because I believed that I didn't intend to go on, my purpose wasn't to go on spending sprees. My purpose was not to live at the house, to rent a condominium, and I bought a Jeep, and I thought that it was a conservative purchase. I did it because I thought this is not a Porsche. This is a Jeep, and I gave my car to my cousin, the car that I had, a Ford. And so I was trying to live just normally in the way that I was living before.
Okay, so you talk about your anguish and suicidal thoughts, things of that nature. You go to see Dr. I think it's Oziel, and that's who you were seeing as a result of your. Was that ordered by the court, by the way, after the burglaries?
No, it was. Actually, it might have been ordered by the court. I believe that it was. We had an attorney that said the court's going to order this. You should go do it to preempt what the court's going to do. Gotcha. And I believe that.
And that was some of the way that they were able to get you like diversion instead of doing juvenile hall time or something.
Exactly.
So you were already familiar with, and I don't know how to pronounce Dr. Oziel's, is that right? Oziel?
Oziel.
Oziel, okay. And you end up confessing, and then that ends up being what ultimately gets you caught, right?
Yes.
But after you're caught and you're in custody, you continue at that point, even though you've confessed, you continue to do things to thwart being prosecuted, right? As far as getting people to set up alibis or lie for you, or was...
No, I did not.
Okay. Were you aware about...
I was aware
Was
that
it your
Lyle...
brother? Were you aware what he was doing?
Yes. Lyle did not want to testify. Lyle wrote me a long letter asking me not to testify. He did not want the secrets exposed. He thought that would be like killing my parents again. And the idea of him taking the stand talking about what had happened to him was... I know that I was angry. I was being driven by fear, but I know that I was angry, so I know that I had a lot of rage inside of me.
Well, and I wrote down what you testified earlier, that you felt betrayed. She'd known all along, hadn't done anything to help you, and that was something you didn't realize prior to that. At least that's what I wrote when you and I were having the conversation. Anything else, Mr. Ballion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Earlier today, the inmate, in response to your questions regarding the burglaries, said that he was just, quote, just there for the first burglary in an attempt to minimize his role. I would like you to ask the inmate if he, in fact, helped search for the keys for the van to get to the burglary, found the piece of paper with the code to the safe himself, helped search for the actual safe, took this active role in the burglary, the first one.
All of that is in the record, and is that true?
Yes, I apologize to Mr. Ballion if it sounded like I was minimizing. I did not mean to, and I regret using the word just. I was fully
apologies not necessary to
okay.
myself or Mr. Ballion, but you did use that wording, and it would be sometimes construed as minimizing. So
sure.
The inmate, with respect to the burglary, the inmate had indicated that the burglary made him feel like he could do something. He wanted to stick it to his dad. At that point in time, did he have animosity towards his father? And
the answer is yes.
Yes, and did that animosity play a part as to why he killed his father?
I asked about this. Commissioner Stern asked about this. He, I think, elaborated on that as far as his motivations for doing the burglaries and how that would affect his father, and how it wasn't really consequences of his dad doing something to him as much as it was hurting his reputation. And as he said, he was hoping he wouldn't get caught, and it would be being quiet, and it would be like poking the bear in their sleep. Extensive testimony about this, so I think it's sufficient at this point. You can certainly argue what you intend to.
The inmate had a defense expert, Dr. Vickery, who he first had disclosed his alleged abuse to. In Dr. Vickery's notes, he had written regarding conversations he had with Mr. Menendez pending trial, "I knew I hated my mother. I hate this man and this woman. They're not my parents. I want them out of my life. I want to kill them." Those were in Dr. Vickery's notes. Can you inquire of the inmate whether he did, in fact, why he made those statements to Dr. Vickery?
Do you recall making those statements?
I don't recall making those specific statements, but those sentiments they felt right. I was dealing with tremendous anger and rage over the sexual abuse that my dad, I don't like using the word sexual abuse, it was violent sexual acts against me, and so I felt anger, and I felt anger at my mom for not knowing, and then I felt extreme anger at my mom when I found out that she knew. There's no question that those feelings would have felt right. The idea that I wanted to kill them at the time, no, I don't remember saying that to Dr. Vickery. I'm not saying that I didn't, he wrote it in his notes. I'm just saying that I don't understand the context in which
And
they
quite
were.
frankly, Mr. Menendez, I don't see it as very relevant given the fact that you did kill your parents. So whether you had that animosity, like I said, we're not here to prove premeditation. You've already been convicted of that. So while I'm giving Mr. Ballion some leeway, I'm not going to give him much more because I'm not going to retry this case. And if all of this goes to his premeditation, I've already got a jury verdict. So what else, Mr. Ballion?
It's not so much as to going to premeditation, Your Honor. It's going into his motivation for these murders versus what he said today, and it goes to his insight. And I guess I wanted to ask, is prior to the murders, did he want his parents out of his life, and did he hate his father and want him out of his life?
I think he's testified that he did. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. With respect to his insight or lack thereof, I'd like to have you ask a couple clarifying questions with respect to the purchasing of the firearms, with respect to his testimony. Did the inmate understand at the time that for self-defense, a shotgun would not have been a reasonable weapon to use for self-defense against people you live with?
Counsel, he didn't even know what type of shot to put in the shotgun. So I doubt he had classes. Did you have any experience with shotguns?
No, I'd never held one.
Okay. But I guess my question goes to, at the time, whether he believed he had to say, to make it sound reasonable, that he purchased handguns.
Oh, is
To
this
defend
all
himself.
about the handguns versus shotguns
Yes.
dilemma? Again, you can argue what's in the record. I have, based upon what he used that day, what he admitted that day, was there some reason that you felt it necessary to talk about handguns, Mr. Menendez?
Only in the context of, I was at that Big Five, and our first instinct was to purchase handguns. That is simply true. I was there at that store, and I get that people question that, but that's just a fact. I was there.
How does the inmate explain the fact that the senior management from the store testified that that would be physically impossible because they didn't sell handguns at that time at Big Five?
Well, number one, that doesn't mean someone can't be at the store. It means they couldn't buy a handgun at that store. But number two, you have the testimony. You have his testimony. You can argue that, counsel. Again, I know you're a seasoned prosecutor, so I know you know how this works. If you've already got in the facts, you can certainly argue it. I'm not going to belabor these points. This is not the time for closing argument. If you have those facts and you want to argue them, be my guest. All right, let's move on.
So I guess I would ask the inmate then, or ask you to ask the inmate, did he in fact look at real handguns at the Big Five that day?
I don't care. Next question.
Okay. The inmate has indicated that he did not kill his parents because he wanted their money. That is my understanding. And had been his testimony consistent and his statements today. I would ask you to ask him, it's also clear from the record that his father had told him he would be disinherited. After he killed his parents for the reasons he stated, I believe he's stated that he contemplated suicide several times. I would ask you to ask the inmate if, in the days following the murder, he was basically an emotional wreck, consumed with what he had just done to his parents, and that consumed him.
Okay, if this is a setup for what else he was doing the days after the murder, it's really not relevant. His emotional state, to me, at this point, as an 18-year-old who just shot his parents, would be fairly obvious. But again, I think he's already testified to that, and you have what the record says. If you're going to point out the discrepancy in his other actions afterwards, you're welcome to do that.
I guess
Mr.
I would
Menendez,
ask you.
I'll just ask it just in sake of time. Were you an emotional wreck after killing your parents?
Yes.
Okay.
Why is it within 24 hours of the murder?
I'm not going to do that, counsel. I just told
was,
you. You can argue what you're about to ask. It's in the record.
I guess I'd like to know from the inmate
What?
is what was so important to him about finding out if there was a competing will such that they needed to go talk to a lawyer about it and then erase any mention of a competing will from their father's computer.
So
I'm going to
my
join in the
understanding-
panel's objections here. This is fishing for a retrial or a new, you know, this is to defend the habeas for the new trial. This is not relevant to parole.
Okay, hang on, one at a time. So I'm not concerned about the habeas. That's not my jurisdiction. I'm concerned about what's relevant to our decision here today. My understanding of the record is that his brother took part in erasing the disc. Whether or not that makes him a current unreasonable risk to public safety today is not very relevant. So I know what's in the record, and as does everyone. You can certainly argue these points. It's like I said before. These questions seem to be asked so that you can then put them in your argument. You can put them in your argument anyway because you have those facts. So let's move to something that actually clarifies testimony.
Regarding his cell phone violations,
Mm-hmm.
I believe he testified that one of the reasons that the phones are monitored, the jail phones are monitored in prison, is for the safety of the prison itself. I don't think he was asked that, and I apologize if he was.
He was, and
Okay.
Commissioner Stern asked him, and he understands that now.
Okay. I guess I want to ask him, is one of the reasons he had the cell phone was to have private, secret, unmonitored conversations with people, and did he ever use those phones to commit criminal activity?
Well, first of all, he admitted that it was to have the intimate phone calls with people that couldn't be monitored. Before you answer this next question, I'm not asking you to admit to any other crimes that you could potentially be charged with. So I want you to, if you don't want to answer the question, you're not required to. I believe I asked you what you were using the phones for in general, and we talked in general about what phones are used for as far as drugs, et cetera, et cetera. As far as any of the things you've already admitted, you know, the tax fraud stuff or anything like that, did you use phones for any of those things?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you want to answer the question? You're under no obligation to do so, as to whether or not you use the phones for any other criminal purposes other than the obvious use of the phone.
No, I did not.
Okay.
Would that also include the purchasing and trading of narcotics? Did he use the phone for that?
That's what I just took him to say. And the phone use actually was subsequent to all the information we have about his narcotic use by several years. Is that correct, Mr. Menendez?
That's right, sir.
Do you know if the folks that were trafficking narcotics were using cell phones?
They probably were.
Yeah, probably.
Are you asking about people on his phones or
No.
previously
Just
when he was
as an
buying
aside,
narcotics?
as an aside, it really had nothing to do with Mr. Ballion's question. Again,
I
I
assume
recognize that
it's
Mr.
been
Menendez has
valid.
done a lot of time.
Yeah.
So he knows what those are. I didn't want the record to make it sound like he's acting naive, that phones aren't used for that purpose. I understand his answer to be he hasn't used them for that purpose. But they probably have been used in the past for that purpose. Not his phones, but others. Anything else, Mr. Ballion?
Yeah, he testified he they drove 120 miles to San Diego to purchase these shotguns, not to distance himself from the murders that were pre-planned, but because they were just down there and they wanted to get shotguns. That's my understanding of his testimony today.
That misstates the testimony.
I agree, counsel. Let's let him finish before I give my response before you give your response.
Okay. Would you ask the inmate if he drove to San Diego to buy the shotguns 120 miles away to distance himself from the purchase of those shotguns?
Was that one of the reasons you went that far?
That wasn't the reason
Understanding
we
that his prior comments, I'm not accepting his prior comments. I already heard your testimony on why you got the shotguns. This isn't that same question. Question is, why go all the way to San Diego?
We had a cousin that lived in San Diego, and we were driving for the day. I know it seems like, oh, that must have been the reason, but it wasn't the reason. Did I feel more comfortable buying them in San Diego? Yeah, of course I did. I didn't want reports of my buying them to get back to my parents.
And that's consistent with your testimony today. And again, it's something that if you feel is not reasonable, Mr. Valiant, you can argue.
Okay, thank you. Did you lie at trial when you testified that you were so fearful of your parents that you stayed away from the home all day Saturday?
Not relevant. What else? I already asked the questions about perjury. He previously said, to the best of his knowledge today, he told the truth. So if you want to argue the opposite and you have that in the record, be my guest.
Did he stage the murders to look like a mafia-style hit?
Again, not relevant to me today.
Was he aware he was present when Brian Eslamania stated that Lyle tried to get him to say that they tried to borrow handguns from him?
That's also in the record and something Lyle did. What else?
Does he admit that that was false and he knew about it?
I think it's obvious. Mr. Menendez, did you know that was false?
I believe Brian Eslamania testified that Lyle had called him before and told him not to testify to those and to tell the truth.
That's not the question. The question goes more to your mindset. Did you know?
Oh,
it was
yes,
false?
without a doubt, 100%.
Okay.
And when he was testifying at trial, why didn't he correct the record on that?
Again, I'm not going to play that game, Mr. Valiant. It's not relevant to me whether he's corrected the record.
Did the witness lie when he testified under oath that Dr. Ozil was blackmailing him into confessing on tape to the murders?
I'm also not going to go into those questions because it would subject him to potential perjury charges. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the statutes run, but...
These all go to his insight, or that lack thereof.
Well, and I have the records, just as you do. And to the degree that those things can be argued, you can argue those without seeking admissions from him on this record.
Then I guess I have no further questions at this point.
All right, that's fine. And like I said, this isn't like a trial where you cross-examine someone to, elicit statements that can be used in argument. Everything that's in the record that you already have from the trials, etc., can be argued by both sides. All right, I'm assuming, Ms. Rummel, that you have questions?
I always have questions, Commissioner, I do.
All right, well, it's 1:32. I'm going to give your client another chance to use the restroom, and we're going to take another short break. We'll try to come back at 1:40 this time, and then we'll take questions from counsel from Mr. Menendez.
Thank you.
We are back on the record.
Back on the record in the matter of Mr. Menendez's initial parole consideration hearing. We're at that point where we are taking questions from counsel as far as clarifying the record. As I indicated to the DA representative, I'll tell you the same, Ms. Rummel, this is not a time for new testimony necessarily or closing statements, but questions for clarification. The difference, Mr. Menendez, for your benefit is she may ask you those questions directly and you may answer them directly. If I feel that it is something that's not relevant to the panel and making our decision, I'll butt in and say so. But go ahead, Ms. Rummel.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have one clarifying question related to Mr. Valiant's questioning, only one, but I think it also speaks to the fear you had of your mother. The testimony you gave at your trials about your mother trying to poison the family, can you give us a quick synopsis of, if that was true, what that looked like? Can you explain that to the panel and to Mr. Valiant?
My mother, after we moved to California, was deteriorating. Her alcoholism increased, her prescription drug use and abuse, addiction had increased. Her moods were becoming increasingly unstable, and she was making a lot of, she was suicidal and making a lot of threats. And my father was concerned about her. My father didn't know that she bought the gun, I don't believe, but he was concerned about what she would do and her talk of, I can just poison everybody in the family. So that was something that was just out there that.
And how did you personally know that he believed that she took those threats seriously? Can you just describe that?
Because there was one dinner where he pushed the tray away and said, "We're going out to eat." That happened, and so he was, he brushed it off as your mom's just. He knew that it was hardly his fault. What I didn't understand at the time was that part of what was driving her is that she knew about what was happening with Dad. She told her.
That answers my question on that. When you talked about the burglaries, you gave a variety of reasons for the burglaries, but one was resistance to your dad. Were there other ways that you quietly or resisted your dad, whether loudly or quietly?
Resistance to my dad was how I maintained sanity. So I resisted him by pretending I was asleep when he was coming into my room. I remember I would be on the floor shaking and putting my fists up, screaming in my mind because I couldn't handle what he was doing. I called myself Hurt Man and signed letters, Hurt Man. I was putting cinnamon in his coffee. I was drowning all of my food in lemon. I was not.
Why were you drowning your food in lemon?
Because I had heard that it would reduce my taste buds to semen. I was thinking that I was protecting my mom by not telling her. And I thought I was being a hero by not telling my mom.
In 2013, you talked about major changes in your life in 2013. What were the components, what were the things that happened in your life to drive your turnaround in 2013?
I was disgusted by my behavior. I was in deep despair in 2013 on the level 4 yards. I was SB 9 had passed.
Let me ask you specifically what I'd like you to talk about. Was faith a component of your deciding to become a different person, from the drug use, from the despair, from the criminality with the 2 5s? Was faith a component of that change, and how?
I think it was a fundamental component. What I began to live for was, I don't know where I would have been without my faith, but what I began to live for was this greater purpose, this meaning in my life, this sense of who do I want to be when I face God? Because I believe there's a different parole board when I die, and it's an eternal one. And so that driving me was a part of my internal thinking. Reading Thomas Merton was a major component. I loved what he talked about in terms of he talked about really living by your faith and doing the acts that mattered, and that the material world didn't matter. He went into Gethsemane. He became a monk, and I saw myself.
And how did you live those principles? How did you live those principles?
I didn't want to do any. I didn't want to break the rules anymore. I didn't want to pass kites anymore. I didn't want to use drugs anymore. I didn't want to take food from the chow hall. I became someone who I believed the staff could rely on me to supervise other inmates and be responsible for tools. I used to misuse paintbrushes and spray cans, and now I joined IDL and was given the responsibility to hand serious, dangerous tools responsibly.
Okay,
And
I'm sorry to keep cutting you off, but I want to make sure that I'm keeping the questions focused on clarifying the record. So from 2013, we've talked a lot about your cell phone use, and I'm going to ask you a few questions about that. But were there instances where you were avoiding criminal thinking, making pro-social choices, avoiding denial between 2013 and your cell phone usage?
90% of my life is now focused on wanting to do, to do good. I just wanted to do good. By 90%,
can you give us some examples?
Yeah, I instead of working with the bullies on the yard in the 2-5s, I challenged them and brought them into life care and hospice so that they could look at their own behavior and think about taking care of the elderly. I had great responsibility in maintaining the wheelchairs, having the tools. I didn't misuse the day room phone privileges like I had in 2005. I cared about the community, the rules, not littering. I just wanted to be a good person, and the rules make a difference. Breaking small rules in a community deteriorate the community. It makes other people see you.
And how do you contextualize your cell phone use, which is not a small rule, it's a big rule. You spent a lot of time talking about that today. How do you contextualize your cell phone use in the scheme of your change, your faith, your caregiving, and your sobriety?
It's not an excuse. Being an LWOP prisoner is not an excuse, but it is a devastating sentence. Hopelessness in prison is devastating. And I was getting older, and I wanted private conversations that weren't being overheard. I shouldn't have wanted that, but I had this deep need for connection and intimacy and acceptance, and I filled that need through cell phones, and I rationalized to myself that this one thing that I do isn't altering the great change that I'm doing or the good work that I'm doing, and frankly, those are denial management patterns, and they're not acceptable.
Were there other instances in your life where you were using denial management between 2013? I mean, there's not much documented. We haven't spoken about much, but today. But were there patterns of denial management that you were actually recognizing and not engaging in?
Sure, I manipulated the bullies on the yard to go and join life care and hospice. I rationalized that I was lying to them in order to get them in the room with these elderly people. I would use rationalization for good, but I was aware when I was rationalizing or justifying, because I was cognizant of my behavior. With the phones, I knew it was wrong. I mean, let's not be. I just put it on a hierarchy of I have this deep need and I'm never getting out of prison and I want to fill it, and it's not an acceptable. It's not an excuse, but I need to be honest with the panel about how I was feeling.
How do you today you fill the need for connection or whatever other needs that your cell phone use was filling?
I worked on every aspect of myself. The phone was my growth is an evolution. It wasn't a demarcation. This wasn't a Paul Saul situation or a Saul Paul situation where just one day now I'm a different person. This was a growth that I came to prison when I was 18. My whole life has been in prison. I've become an adult in prison, in fact, all of my adult life. So when it comes to cell phones, it was that final step where I had to say, you're not living up to your expectations of your community and being a man. You're not living up to I'm not living up to expectations of being a facilitator, of being someone that deserves to be a sponsor to several people on the yard, that deserves to have positions of trust with the administration. And I am so glad that I am I'm so glad that I took the classes, that I had that conversations with staff, that I went to staff, I'm so glad that I'm in a different shift. I don't worry about keys anymore. There's no need to keep point for anything anymore. I live a clean, I feel good about who I am in the way I'm living, and I'm going to live this way for the rest of my life, inside or out of prison. It makes no difference.
What guardrails have you put in place? What coping skills do you have for the issues that led to your cell phone use?
The
criminal thinking, the denial, the entitlement.
Well, there's a lot in criminal thinking. Reminding myself, asking myself, is this a rule violation? Does this align with my spiritual principles? How would I feel if this got out? I believe that I've come to understand that there are internal guardrails and there are extrinsic guardrails. The internal ones are the most important, right? So understanding, not doing something because I want to be a good person. I am a good person, and I want to be judged by God to be a good person. Because ultimately, most of my life is unseen, right? So, but I have to live with myself, and I have to live with what is seen by the unseen. And so that's a critical guardrail. Does my behavior violate my intrinsic motivations, my moral values? And then there's consequential thinking.
When's the last time you were tempted to go outside of your internal moral guardrails, and how did you handle that situation?
It happened last week when I was Xeroxing, going to the library to Xerox, and it was hot. We had a little bit of a heat wave, and you're supposed to wear your blues into the library, and so what a lot of guys do is they put on their blue shirt and they walk into the library and nobody says anything. And I put on my blue shirt and I was thinking, do I have to put in my blues pants? And I said to myself, Eric, that's entitled behavior, that's laziness, and that's thinking you can get away with it. I called myself on it immediately. It's not that I don't have the thoughts. I catch them immediately. And I looked for rules that I could do. I can't even live outside the gray areas. Getting on a video call and saying hello to someone else's video visit. I didn't think it was a rule violation. I stay away from it. I don't want to live in a space of ambiguity. And so I try to catch myself.
And do you have confidence that your relapse prevention plans, your accountability partners will help you continue in this path if you are released from prison? There will be a lot of different stressors and a lot of different kinds of temptations in the community. How confident are you in the plans you put in place to avoid that type of behavior in the community?
I believe that I'm going to face unique and particular stressors and challenges should I be released. And I have I put a lot of thought into the relapse prevention plans. My internal triggers and my coping skills, my warning signs are just genuine. They're who I am, and I believe in myself, and I believe in my support network. And I do not believe that I will ever fall back into drugs. I believe an addict is always an addict, and that AA and NA are extraordinary programs, and I'm going to continue them for the rest of my life. But I believe that I am ready to be successful upon parole.
What's the most important step for cell phone use?
Well, step 1 is always critical. Trusting in God in 2 and 3 is critical. But I would say step 4, and understanding the damage that cell phone use can do, being able to talk about it. Step 5, understanding our character defects, maybe even step 10. But for me, step 11 is critical. I work step 11, prayer and meditation. I hold myself accountable, and I will always do that from now on. I will never use another phone in prison, ever.
The panel asked you a few questions about boundaries with Lyle, your current relationship with Lyle. Can you describe the experience of being apart from him for 20 plus years and then reconnecting in 2018, and how your relationship has developed since that time.
When I left Lyle, I was 25, 26. While I was 25, 26, I was a very young, immature 25, 26-year-old. And I was still in a toxically codependent relationship with him. As much as I didn't want to be separated from him, and as much as I fought to be together, sometimes we don't like the poison we have to drink. We don't want the chemotherapy that's going to heal us. This was in my best interest. There's no question, looking back, recognizing who the person I have become, my understanding of healthy relationships and my boundaries, growing into the man that I am today. I'm not saying it wouldn't have happened if I was around Lyle. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying that having to go into hell and into the depths of level 4, Pleasant Valley, that dangerous yard, and rise out of it, just become broken, and then begin to heal. I don't know that I wouldn't have become that broken. I wouldn't have fallen into the drug use around Lyle. Lyle's heavily anti-drugs. I wouldn't have had a chance to break myself and then redeem myself were I with Lyle. I wouldn't be the person I am today with the sort of the arc of my journey had I been with Lyle. Reuniting.
And how did that time apart impact your reconnecting with him, being on the same yard, and the currently being, what's your relationship like with him now? You talked about drawing boundaries, but tell us what your relationship is like with him now, given that
I was
separation.
excited to see Lyle. I was excited to show him the programs that I was involved with, that I was deeply passionate about, life care and hospice and meditation. I was excited about letting him see the man I had grown into. I thought that he would be proud of me. I was proud for him to see the evolution of my self-worth and my growth.
And was he?
I believe he was. I hope he was. He told me he was. I was also ashamed. I had to tell Lyle about my drug use. I had to tell Lyle about tax fraud. I had to tell Lyle about things that were deeply shameful for me.
Let me stop you there, because since council has opened this door, when you and Lyle discussed cell phones, why didn't one of you check the other?
That's a great question. We didn't. We actually, Lyle using it told me it's I can use it. I mean I compared myself to him and every other person that had LWAP. I was focused on being a better person, and I convinced myself that I could do it even while I was doing this one thing. And Lyle should have been my checks and balances. After November 14th, him and I had a long conversation on the bleachers, and we became serious accountability partners. It can happen. Just like Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob, you can become accountability partners through your worst trauma and your worst things. And we now hold each other extremely accountable. And if we have an itch or fall into a trigger, we discuss it with each other. And
did he come in from somewhere else already using those phones?
No.
So you introduced him to the phone?
He started using, he was using a phone before I got there.
Wait a minute, that's not what you just said.
He came to R.J. Donovan Echo Yard in February of 2018. I came in April.
Okay, and you're saying he was already using phones?
Yes.
Okay, but he's not the one that introduced them to you?
No, he didn't introduce me and say, hey, you should use this. My roommate had a phone.
Yeah.
I just
you were
wasn't
already
using
in the mindset of using it and wanting to use it, etc. I guess what I'm trying to establish is, did one of you give the other permission? I mean, you said implicitly he did. Or was one of you already using it before the other one? And I think you've answered my question. Basically, your words were, if Lyle's using it, it tells me I can use it, even though he didn't say those words.
Yeah, I don't want to make it sound like if Lyle does something wrong, that means I can do something wrong. That wasn't the case. I just knew he
Well,
wasn't
it
going to.
kind of was.
Okay, but my roommate had just to push back a little, my roommate had a phone in 2016, and I had wanted to use it. I just happened to land in a room that had a phone for rent. But it was, what I was trying to say, it was different than, say, drugs. If I had said to Lyle, I want to use drugs, he would have freaked out on me. And so we co-minimized it. There's no question. We minimized it together. But I didn't use phone. I would have used the phone whether he was in that prison or not. Once I was put into that.
I understand that. Did your same friend get the phone for him?
No, he was not in contact with my phone.
All right. Go ahead, Ms.
More
Fuller, what
interested
else?
in, thank you. I'm more interested in how you and Lyle hold each other accountable for the cell phone usage or any other rules violations today.
Lyle's one of my accountability partners in prison context. I think he would be if we were not in prison together. I have a very robust, strong family that would be my accountability partner, my wife. And I think that I have a lot of people that love me that do not want me to return to prison. Lyle is a strong accountability partner for many things: drug use, criminal behavior, using cell phones. He has become someone that I am proud to have as. I'm proud of our connection that is very strong and no longer using phones. That is something.
Okay, there's something I don't understand. I mean, I've read the Blue Book too. I know who Bill and Bob are. But as far as Lyle, as I understand it, he doesn't have a drug issue.
He doesn't. No, I didn't mean it in the context of drugs. Was right. He's an accountability partner in terms of drugs. In terms of he's very anti-drugs.
Right, but he's not in the 12 steps or recovery for. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that was clarification for me because you brought it up.
Okay, I'm sorry if I gave the wrong impression.
No, you just kind of crossed over into, and like I said, I'm conversant in the Blue Book. You obviously are. I've read the history of AA, so I know that vernacular. But then when you talked about him, and I thought, well, wait a minute, I thought he was anti. So it makes sense to me now. What else, Ms. Frommel?
Mr. Menendez, shifting gears, what would your father think of you if he could see you today?
Counsel, not relevant at all to me.
So you're not going to let me ask what his mother would think of him?
What does that clarify? What relevance does that have to me today as to what his father thinks of him? It's not.
The lessons that he
it might be of interest, but
I think it's relevant to the lessons he internalized as a young person and the man he's grown to be beyond and different from those lessons.
His father's opinion of him has no relevance for me whatsoever. What's your next question?
Can you talk about the impact of understanding these crimes through conversations with your family members?
Yes. Seeing my crimes through my family's eyes has been a huge part of my evolution and my growth. Just seeing the pain, the suffering, understanding the magnitude and the impact of what I have done, the generational impact of what I've done has become so evident and clear to me when I see new cousins being born that were not even born yet. And understanding, I think part of amends is understanding not just the impact that I've done is making restitution and having repentance and holding myself accountable, and so finding ways that I can be of make amends to my family through indirectly or through living it, based on their pain and their suffering. It's unexpressible how much suffering and pain I've put my Aunt Terry in, and my Aunt Marta, my Aunt Joan, my Uncle Brian, my Milton, Uncle Carlos, it's unexpressed. And as I've gotten older and I grow, understanding the impact of it, it continues to expand. The magnitude I believe that it is forever. I've called it a forever crime. It will impact every generation to be born. And I cannot express sorrow and remorse enough. Doing it for the rest of my life will not be enough.
More question. You have many, many, many people who have submitted support letters for you. You have laudatory chronos and family support and friend support, formerly incarcerated people support, organizational support, many, many, many letters. What is the most meaningful support letter that you received for this hearing, and why?
As much as I value all of the letters that I've received from my family, from my wife, from my friends, people that I have known, there was one letter that I received from a disabled guy, older disabled guy, talking about a hat that I bought him, and how he had this old hat, and I bought him a new hat, and he just was so grateful. And he wheeled up to me one day and said, I know you're going for resentencing. Can I give you this letter? And it was just the story of how he felt about me buying him his hat. And to be honest, I didn't even remember it. It was just something I wanted to do for him. I mean, I hadn't forgotten it, but it wasn't on my mind, and it was just very touching. So those are the little things that I hope God sees. Those are the things I might have to point out to God, but it was very, very deep for me. And those little things, because ultimately I think it's just the little things that matter, not the creating groups. It's the ways we take care of people outside of group that matters.
I have no other questions. Thank you, commissioners.
At this point, Mr. Menendez, did you want to read a closing statement? Do you want to give a closing statement?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I want to thank Mr. Bailey, and I was unaware of some of that testimony. I want to thank Ms. Rommel for bringing up AVP. AVP is a program that I'm deeply proud of. I find it very special, and has led to extraordinary change in me, in seeing the change on the yard. I believe that it's had a big impact, is what I mean. It's had a large impact on me, and I've seen it have a large impact on other people, so I was remiss for not mentioning it. I can't express myself directly to the victim family that is here, my family, so I will not. I honor the proceedings and know that I cannot do that. But it is the first time that so many of us have been together in 35 years, and so I will speak directly to the commissioners about speaking about this extremely meaningful moment for me about that. Yesterday was August 20th. August 20th, 1989 was the day that I killed my parents. Today is August 21st. Today is the day that all of my victims for these life crimes learned that my parents were dead. So today is the anniversary of their trauma journey and what they've experienced over the last 36 years. And I just need to acknowledge and speak on that fact that that today is a very important day for them in that anniversary of tremendous sorrow and horror. You know, we've talked about amends and insight, and you know, I know the different components of amends, but one of the largest components is magnitude and impact of my crime. That's probably the most significant. Obviously, responsibility and restitution and understanding my character defects and repentance and everything else. But magnitude and impact, I don't think there can be amends without it. And one of the things that disturbs me about my case is the fact that it's always been about me. From the time that I was arrested, it's about me. From the investigation and the trials, it was about me. The first trial is about me. The second trial is about me. The sentencing, it's about me. The years in between and the media is about me. The resentencing, it's about me. This parole hearing is about me. But this crime is about my family. It's about my family. It's about what they've endured, what they've suffered, what they've gone through, and that's not about me at all. The real impact of this is about them. And there are some people here, people that are not here. My Aunt Marta. No one supported me or loved me more or had a greater impact than my dad's sister, who was a sister to my dad, to my Aunt Terry, who is here. Aunt Marta's not here, but I'm speaking her name. My grandmother's not here. She loved me. She was there every day of my trial. She passed away in 2009. Andy Cano is not here. Andy Cano died on January 18th, 2003. And that was a devastating loss for me and this family. His sisters are here. I want to speak his name. My Uncle Carlos passed away not too recently. He cannot be here. As well as my Uncle Brian and my Uncle Milton. My Aunt Joan. My Aunt Joan is not here. She's not doing well. I want to speak her name. I love that woman. My Aunt Terry is here, along with my other relatives. In January, I had a visit with my Aunt Terry and my cousin Erica. And I held my Aunt Terry's hand, and I looked in her eyes, and I said, "Tell me about the family." And she telling me about this remarkable family, and all of her grandchildren, her children and grandchildren. And she was crying and telling me the stories, but I heard something else. Erica was there, my younger cousin. She was only 28, so she wasn't even alive. And what I heard was the impact on her and all my other cousins, and they don't even realize it. I don't know how often you get to commit a crime and then look back on it 35 years later. But the impact of that crime generationally on my family has created real trauma that a lot of my younger generation of my family does not see. And I've mentioned it, and they're like, and they say, oh no, we're fine, we don't, but I see it. I see it profoundly. Not just in the holidays where we don't get together, and I don't mean me, them, the divisions, the disassociations, the emotional trauma that's brought up, the arguments, everything that can happen in a family when my case becomes my crime happening, period. My crime happening now in the media, and how they have to have conversations with their children because their children are going to hear about it in the media, and they don't want to have those conversations. So sometimes their children will hear about it in the media and then come home and say, what's going on? And I sat with my Aunt Terry. This deep generational impact of my crime became very, very, very clear. It was clear before, but there's nothing like the clarity of it being in your face. And I held my Aunt Terry, and I am very grateful to be able to apologize, but that's not what this is about. I just want my family to understand that I am so unimaginably sorry for what I have put them through from August 20th, 1989 until this day and this hearing. And I know that they have been here for me, and they're here for me today. But I want them to know this should be about them. It's about them. And if I ever get the chance for freedom, I want the healing to be about them, not about me. Don't think it's the healing of me. It is the healing of the family. This is a family tragedy, and it needs to be a family healing. I love every one of them passionately, and there's nothing.
All right, so let's start with some questions that I got from all the documents, Mr. Menendez. So again, my questions are going to be focused towards you at this point. I want to first just say we did read all of your documents. They were clearly heartfelt and thoughtful, well written, informative, and all those things. And I want you to know we read them. We may not have questions about everything you've said. A lot of it, I think, came clear through your writing. So I'm going to focus on the things that kind of raised a question in my mind as I read those. That's just the easiest way for me to kind of address how I wanted to talk to you. Just know sometimes I ask a fairly broad question, and then people will try to give me every answer they can think of. And I may stop you if you do that. I want to try to keep this as focused as possible so that we get the information from you that we really think will be helpful to our determination. So your attorney mentioned abuse and the impact on you and the crime. So I want to ask you I'm going to stop. Let me ask you, when did you write all these documents?
Over the course of the last, once the clemency was announced and the attorneys started asking me to write and talk, and over 5 months probably.
Okay. So it was for the parole hearing, in anticipation of a parole hearing or a clemency hearing, correct?
Right.
Okay. So when you talk about the sexual abuse, can you characterize how that affected decision-making in your life, just in general? And I know that's a broad question, but just as far as the decision-making, and I'll give you a word I read fairly frequently was about hypervigilance. And I wanted to know from you what you think why the sexual abuse kind of caused that for you, and any other type of way it sort of hindered decision-making or affected decision-making.
I think mostly shame. It's confusing, caused a lot of shame in me. It pretty much characterized my relationship with my father.
So specifically about hypervigilance, what do you see that as? You know, how would you describe that? And how did that affect decisions? And maybe not just, I'm not talking about the crime yet. I'm just kind of trying to see how you saw things. And is there anywhere else, you know, any other scenarios where that hypervigilance kind of took over in your decision making or your reactions to people?
I'll be around 7 or 8, just the waiting and not knowing when something would happen. And so I spent like a hyper focus on my father and just circumstances of the day to determine if something might happen that night or in the bathroom that day or in the car. So hypervigilance, just in that so many days something didn't happen, and I just almost had the same fear and just sort of destabilizing fear that something was going to happen, and then relief, and then fear, and then relief, and then surprise when something suddenly did. Sometimes I was woken up in the night. So I just lived in uncertainty, and I think just looking for cues constantly for something. I couldn't avoid it. So I don't know why, but just almost like a paralyzing anxiousness. So.
And do you think that carried over into other parts of your life? So the examples you gave about, you know, whether your father was going to come in at night or, you know, that I can see for sure. Like if you think, okay, is this going to happen tonight? Right. So, but do you think it also affected decisions in other ways? I mean, like in school or in sports or anything like that?
Well, surrounding this was isolation for me. Not just because my father demanded it and my mother, but just a total disconnection I had from everybody in my life growing up. A little bit of a fear that they would see it in me, weirdly, that it might spill out. It was just unresolved. My father and I never talked about it after it stopped. And so I just, I felt a need to distance myself from people, which I think really affected my ability to trust anyone. I mean, I was getting pretty strong lessons about not trusting the world around me. But I think even without my dad's lessons, I would have trusted nobody. Some of that was just shame, not wanting them to know. Some of that was just not trusting anyone in the world. So I carried that all through my childhood.
One of the objections of the CRA was that the CRA says that you said the abuse started at 4, but you write that it started at 6. And is that the correct time frame, from 6 to 8? And it stopped. Why?
I think because my cousin Diane told my mother. I don't know. It happened. It stopped. It stopped shortly after that. So I think it's related to him being concerned that I was talking to people, but I don't really know for sure.
And did you talk to your cousin about it, or did she just figure it out?
No, I wanted to sleep in her room, so I complained to her that I told her I wanted to sleep in her room. She asked why, and I was specific about my father touching me, and I'm basing this really off of her memories more than mine. And so she went and told my mother. And then it stopped. I was already 8, and it stopped after 8, right around there. And so I'm sure it was connected.
So, but you don't know whether your mother told your father about it or said that she knew about it.
I don't know. I think so, but I don't know.
So in some of your writings, you talk about how you just wanted to be close to your dad. How did that, because he sounded, hard to please or satisfy as far as accomplishments and things. So how did that need or desire for closeness, how did that play into what was going on? Did you think it was a good thing? How'd you see it?
I saw it as, I feel like my dad loved me. And so I felt it was love. I felt a deep connection to my father, partly because we shared this big secret as I became a teenager, but I was the special son in my family. My brother was sort of a castaway.
What does this special son mean? Like, what would you characterize that as in your family?
Not necessarily a good thing. Just more attention, more focus, more emphasis on performance. I felt like a trophy child. But
what made you think that?
My father just attending my practices, spending the time with me in the basement, imparting his lessons. It's just obvious. If my brother and I were both on the court, he was with me, directing my motions, spending his time with me. A lot of the anger and sort of physical abuse was focused on me, but because I was more important to him, I felt like. And so
because of the time he spent with you, or because of things he said, either in your family or to others outside the family? I mean, was that sort of an outward thing? Lyle is the trophy son?
I would think my whole family knew that, right? That I was special to. I was like little Jose. That's what I refer to it as, right? And so I had his name, Jose, but I was Lyle, but I struggled to just sort of be little Jose, hide behind him. What I want to get to is the trophy son thing. Like, I mean, where did that come out? I mean, was that how your dad talked about you, or is that what? Did he expect different things of you because you were little Jose or the trophy son? Or was that just how you kind of took it? He expected greatness. He spent a lot of time talking about the lineage of the family, lions versus sheep. Everybody's a sheep, and we come from a lion bloodline. And he just had this in his mind that we were different, and I was different. I wasn't weak like his father or like Erik, and certainly my mother. It was him and I in this bubble. And
so he would convey that verbally, that Erik was the weak one, you're the did you say lion?
Yes.
Lion. So that was a verbal, like, outward way of him conveying that to you.
Yes. And very much focused on the lessons that he was imparting in terms of no vulnerability, no empathy, particularly toward Erik, no trusting people, like things that I sort of had in me that he felt were dangerous or going to lead me astray. People were going to fail you. People were going to betray you. You can trust no one. You need to be impervious. And those were not lessons that were really given to my brother that I could see. So to me, I felt like he was focused on me. He wanted me to learn that.
So when the abuse stopped at 8, what did you think?
It took me a while to realize that it stopped, and I think I was still worried about it for a long time. But I don't know. I was a little bit amazed, and I don't know how to really. In my family, it's like it didn't happen. There wasn't any weird thing between us. Even undressing in front of him, I felt it, and he just never touched me in that way again, and there's no discussion about it. But I lived with him in the home for the rest of my time, so it was always in the air between us, I think.
Tell us about. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I'm done.
So tell us about the feelings. Like, identify the feelings that you had when you realized maybe it had stopped.
I worried a little bit that I was going to be less loved. There was, throughout it, part of me wanted it not to stop, sometimes stop. I felt a lot of confusion. So when it did stop, I worried a little bit about there was a lot of violence and harshness in general in the home. Some of that was certainly my mother, but in those moments, I felt it was different. Like, he was never harsh with me. I never got beaten for doing something wrong in it. So there were, it was a devastating part of it in terms of just fear and just I felt contaminated a lot. But I felt love. So I worried a little bit about that, but I feel like my father loved me through my life, so in his way.
You did or you didn't? I'm sorry,
I
you
feel
kind
like
of cut out right when the key word was just said. What did you just say?
I wanted to believe my father loved me, so I believe I made a lot of in my mind, I felt like he was a great man, and this was like my main way of dealing with it was just deciding that it was just a sickness that some great men have. It happens as a little child, as a kid, and it was over. So I was able to move on and just bury it. Burying emotions was a big thing for me.
And you wrote a lot about the physical abuse and emotional abuse. And do you think that the physical abuse sort of created or stirred different types of emotions than the sexual abuse, or was it all kind of lumped together?
No, very different. Physical abuse was just brutal. My father was very brutal with physical abuse, choking, punching with closed fists, using a belt, throwing you against furniture. So there was no love in it. It was just surviving that moment. And whatever he was upset with, trying to not do that or do better. So very different, I think.
Okay. So you mentioned just a bit ago that having empathy was a bad thing, particularly about Erik. Did I hear that right?
But I love my brother, and that was a problem.
It was a problem. And how did that come out? How did you know that loving and wanting to protect Erik was a problem?
My brother would just tell me, your concern for Erik is weakening you. And he would have it would go so far as he would come up with little lessons to essentially torture Erik, holding his head underwater when we were swimming regularly, which was like a drowning.
And then you tried one time, I think, to come to his rescue, and then you got in trouble for doing that. Is that right?
I was constantly taking the blame, trying to shield Erik, and being concerned for him in every way. And if it was noticed, it was punished. A love for Erik was just a really infuriating thing for my father.
So you wrote in one of your documents that your relationship was, what did you say? I quoted it, enmeshed and codependent. What do you mean by that? How would you describe that, just in your own feelings and about the relationship?
I just took on a lot of my brother's pain. I felt like he was living in this storm in our house, unprotected. My mother showed him no love that I could see, and he had me. That's it. And so every which way I could, I tried to be there for him, keep his spirit alive, and it helped me because it gave me some purpose. Instead of just drowning in this spiral of my own life, I had somebody to take care of and help. And so it really just, a lot of my identity just got wrapped up in that, I think.
And when do you think that started? So, was it when he was born and you just naturally felt that way, or was it after abuse? Give me some timeline on like kind of how that progressed.
I think more so once there was physical punishment. So when it became more severe violence, also my mother was very just sort of suddenly violent and maybe less predictable.
Give me a timeline, like let's talk, you were 21 when the crime occurred, so I'm trying to kind of get a sense of how these things progressed throughout your childhood.
By the time he was 3 and 4, he was. I feel like he was in trouble.
Why?
And so, crying all the time, stressed. At that point, openly punished with spanked viciously, thrown against things. My mother would drag him down the hall. So I think I realized it was the two of us, and that's early on, pretty early.
Do you think that changed, from childhood to around the time of the crime, like how you felt about Erik, or was that a pretty constant relationship, that codependent?
I think it grew. Me realizing my mid-teens that he was being abused by my father in the same way, definitely just crystallized that he was so vulnerable.
And you found out that you were about, what did you say, 13 at the time when you found out about that abuse?
Right around 13, right, in the Pennington home.
Do you feel like you were ever competitive with Erik?
Not really. He was a few years younger. So we sometimes trained together, depending on what my dad wanted that day. But really, my father wanted me to train against older. He would have the men come over and practice against me. And he didn't really want me to play with people my age or peers. His belief was, something harder, something more challenging.
So as far as play, are you talking about tennis?
Tennis, right.
All right. And didn't you were also a swimmer at some point? Was that younger?
Yes. Erik was a better swimmer. I didn't take well to the swimming. It was, to me, sort of synonymous with drowning. And I would swim into the wall on purpose. I would vomit a lot. It was the same period that I was being abused, so it's hard to say what was causing a lot of those symptoms, but I kind of put tennis in that place, synonymous with that time.
So I smiled when you talked about swimming. I was a competitive swimmer, and I know about that feeling about how can I get out of this and not, torture myself in the pool. So I was not smiling because I thought it was funny. It just reminded me of my own childhood of being a swimmer. So swimming was from what age to what age?
I escaped from swimming probably at like 9 years old.
And tennis was from what age?
Soccer and tennis then took over until tennis never stopped. So I started playing tennis. The switch to tennis was unfortunate for me because the other sports were not individual sports. So swimming was individual, but not really, because you had a coach always in the play, right? You were in a pool with other swimmers. It was a team. And soccer was a team. And I think my father wanted control over my activities. And so
something
tennis.
That you just would do. Okay. So when did you start with tennis?
My father got into tennis himself when I was right around the time swimming ended. So around 8, 9. And then it was an obsession. So he put a tennis court in the backyard, and it became pretty much my life.
When I asked you about competitive with Erik, you talked about sports. That was your response. And I wonder if, competitive can be different, competitive for affection, competitive for personality, for looks, for, all sorts of things. Do you think you were competitive with Erik in any other fashion? I mean, obviously it sounds like you weren't with sports, but what about any other way?
Yeah. My dad's affection, I was competing for that for sure. Maybe my mother's. She was different. She was a little different with Erik, for sure. Less verbally rejecting, so less punishing. So I felt there was definitely a dynamic about Erik and what our parents felt about us. I definitely felt it strongly for a little while, when I found out about my brother being abused by my father. There was a feeling of, I didn't blame Erik, but it was like, I thought that was just me. And so I was really stunned. I think that's why it took me a while to do something about it. I just wanted to
do you think you were jealous in any way?
I think I felt, no, I was concerned for Erik. I don't think I felt jealous. I do feel like he made it less special. I felt less special than what had happened to me. I just said, because I like to characterize it as something like it was a bond between my father and I that was, like the way he described it, us against the world. And then you have my brother. But then I just blamed myself that really it was still special. He switched to Erik because he wanted me to be okay. It was going to be it could destabilize my life maybe too much, right? So I kind of just told myself, okay, it's not because it's not special. It's not because he loves Erik more. It's because he was easy. He wanted to move on from me. He wanted me to be okay. And
so what makes you think that? Because, I mean, you started off in talking about getting his attention and affection, and it almost sounded like you did have a bit of envy, that, wait, maybe he turned his attentions to Erik. Well, what about me? But now you're saying you rationalize that by saying your dad was protecting you by not doing it to you. Had you thought through that before?
I've only thought about it more, today, and in looking back and understanding my father. At the time, honestly, I buried emotion right away. So they're momentary, I feel, wow, I can't believe this happening to Erik. Like, that's not, I thought it was just me, but I didn't spend a lot of time on just kind of, don't blame Erik. I try to never blame Erik. Because looking back, how can you blame Erik, obviously?
Okay, so let me ask you, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
So you wrote in your documents that you also abused Erik in some way, right? How did that come about? Why did you just have that idea, or were you forced to do it?
No. When these sort of what I called object sessions, when he started using objects on me, kind of in between when it started, like 7, I just I don't know why I did it. I just couldn't. I think I was trying to just release it from me, and I don't know.
Ms. Rawle did have an objection about this, that the CRA said that, and when I say CRA, I'm talking about the comprehensive risk assessment. I apologize. I probably should have said that out before, that it wasn't sexual. It was more like pain tolerance kind of thing. Is
No.
that, because you wrote about it being sexual, right?
Yeah, I think they might be confusing my father forcing me to inflict pain on Erik with that, but I don't think it was anything. I don't think it was painful.
The objection was that the sexual abuse was not forced, as the CRA described it. It was the physical pain training that was forced by his father, and not the sexual abuse. I think that's always been clear in the record. It just wasn't clear in the CRA.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just wanted to, again, one of those things I wanted to bring up because I wanted to be sure I was accurate in understanding that. Okay. And did you and Erik ever talk about that? Or as I recall, you have. What do you think the effect on him was?
I don't know. I worry that it made him more susceptible to my father in some way. It affected me in terms of just shame and wanting to protect him more. We never talked about it. I apologized to him at trial, but in real time, like I never even talked to him about it before, like from the stand, on the witness stand.
So let me switch gears a little bit and talk about your mother. You wrote a document called something like this, like how my relationship with my mother formed me. And you wrote that your mother sexually abused you as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I was curious. I did not read that in the comprehensive risk assessment, and I wonder why, or maybe you did raise it, but it didn't make it into the report. And if you didn't raise it, why not?
No, I didn't see it as abuse, really. I just saw it as something special between my mother and I. And so I don't like to talk about it that way. And so I don't like to.
But then you wrote about it pretty extensively. And you talked about how it was getting more and more sexual. So that sounds like sexual abuse, no?
Today I could see it. I see it as it's sexual abuse. But I was 13. I felt like I was consenting, and I my mother was dealing with a lot, and I just felt like maybe it wasn't. That's one of those things. It's abusive, but I never saw it that way, in the same way, and so I
So
just sort of.
In the CRA, you talked about your relationship with your mother. You talked about how she told you were an accident and that she never wanted you, and that's how you felt, was that distance. And I think you said, according to the report, I felt completely rejected from her as long as I could remember. I never bonded with her. She was troubled and extremely violent. So it just struck me, after reading the CRA and then reading your documents, that there's a very different, or a pretty significant part of your relationship with your mother that you left out when you talked to the doctor.
That's probably true then. I did leave it out, probably on purpose. I just didn't want to. It's very, I don't know, shameful, and it's just my relation with my mother just complicated, and I just didn't. I don't know. They didn't ask, but I didn't volunteer it, and so I just I didn't bring it up.
All right, I'm going to switch to a little bit later. You doing okay, or do you need a break?
I could use just a short, tiny break, but that's okay. Just use the bathroom. I have a little bit of a prostate issue, old manish.
All right.
I don't know when a good time to ask is, though.
No, that's fine. We can do breaks as we go along. It's 10:01. Let's just take a 5-minute break, and I will want the principal people back at 10:06, 10:07. Anyone else needs longer than that, that's fine.
We are now back on the record, Commissioner.
All right. It is 10:10, and everyone has returned. All right. So I'm going to turn to a little bit closer to the period of the crime. I'm asking a lot of questions about the abuse in your childhood. We're not here to decide whether you were abused. We're not here to do any of that. I want to address the things that you talk about as the reasons, and what was going on for you before the crime. I just want to make that clear. That is not what comes out of this hearing, is that we believe or don't believe you about any abuse. As I said before, if that's for the courts to decide if it's relevant, to a defense, all of that. So just to clarify that.
There is a plausibility. I mean, the board does have to make a plausibility determination in the case. And that relates to what happened and how it happened. And
well, we do that with claims of innocence or claims of happening in a different matter. I don't think that's been made.
Well, his account of the crime has to be plausible under the law. That's a component of what the board is doing. There were certainly decisions made yesterday about things that were not discussed, and without any discussion of plausibility.
I think I understand what you're saying. I think that this is, the record is, it also is clear and consistent with, for the most part, what Mr. Menendez is saying. We're not challenging any jury findings or whether certain defenses were allowed at trial. That's not what we're doing. We're really just trying to get a sense of who Mr. Menendez was before he committed this offense, and the childhood trauma is obviously relevant to that. I agree with Commissioner Reardon. I don't see this as a plausible versus implausible. It's simply trying to understand how this happened, and this to me is relevant to that. So I'm going to move forward with kind of leading up to the crime. These are questions that came to me when I was reading your documents. So you were at Princeton. It looks like you were struggling academically. Is that right? In your first couple of years?
Yeah, in the first year, I was struggling.
And you were, I think, put on probation during the first year. Is that right?
Right.
For grades. Were you also playing tennis at that time?
Yes, I was playing both for Princeton and outside of Princeton. My dad had me on a tour, so I was missing a lot of classes.
Okay. And so you were suspended at some point for plagiarism. What year was that?
1987, I believe. Well, 86.
What year in school?
87. First year.
What year? First year,
semester.
freshman. Oh, first semester. Okay. So what specifically led to the plagiarism finding? Like, if we had a suspension report saying Lyle Menendez plagiarized this, what would it say?
It was a science class. We each had lab partners, and so there'd be a lab that week, and you just sort of write a summary of the lab with some notes. And I missed the lab from missing classes, and asked my lab partner if I could use his notes from the lab to write the summary report, and so I did. And the professor told me that he understood the situation, but because the lab note summaries were too similar, and I think essentially was saying if you didn't attend the lab, just because you're a partnership as a team, you can't submit a summary that's just because your partner was there. Maybe he was. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, but
that was the only basis for a suspension for plagiarism.
Right. He submitted both labs. They made a determination that it was factually too similar, and they went to a ethics panel, and that was the determination.
Did you fess up when the professor confronted you about the similarity of the reports?
Yes, I told him that I missed the lab. I think he initially thought that I just plagiarized his work, but I think he realized that I actually wasn't at the lab once I told him that, because it was, by the time he discovered it was a week or two later. So I thought he was going to have me redo it, but it was reported and out of his hands at that point.
And did you fight the suspension? Challenge it?
My father sent a representative with me to this hearing that they have to fight that it not result in a suspension. That it was, I'm not sure what argument he was making with, that it was a lab and we were lab partners, but it was a violation of the rules. So it was pretty clear cut, and so they don't expel you, but they can suspend you for 1 year, then you keep going. They did let me continue in the class and get a grade in the class. I wasn't failed from it, so I did end up with a satisfactory grade. But at the completion of that semester, then I had to take a year off.
Okay, so the record also shows that you had a bunch of driving violations, right? And you acquired those both in New Jersey and also in California, right?
Yes.
And did you lose your license, or they were threatening to take your license because of the violations?
My father had lost his license, and they were threatening to take my license, and all for speeding violations. And so the solution was to get a driver's license in another state where you also owned a residence. And
Well, the solution or the way around the suspension?
no, I think in that state I was suspended. And then, but not in. My understanding was applied to that state. As long as you had a valid license in California, you could drive.
So you
But,
didn't
I
have
was
to say I've been suspended in another state when you got your license in California?
Could you repeat the question? I didn't hear for a second.
You didn't have to report when you applied for a license in California that you had a suspended license in New Jersey?
I believe not at that time. I remember I had a discussion with the CRA, Dr. LaRue, about it, and I did not. It was my understanding that it was violated the law, actually, but he wasn't sure. He thought maybe it did. Certainly today it would, but today you wouldn't be able to do that because in the system it wouldn't. It was all electronic. But at that time, pretty much I just walked in, you took the driver's test, and you got a license. So
why do you think you racked up so many speeding and traffic violations? Did you just not really care about whether the laws applied to you?
Maybe. I pretty much was just very overscheduled. The whole family was pretty much overscheduled, so everybody was racing late. I was always late. There was no way not to be late because it was like 4:30 this ends, 5 o'clock this starts, but it's a 45-minute drive. And so you just race and you get there through speeding or just going too fast. I wasn't trying to get the speeding tickets because it was definitely losing a license or being suspended meant that my mother had to drive me. It was complications. And so I wasn't trying. I wasn't just disregarding it and didn't care. I did care tremendously getting a ticket. But I didn't. I wouldn't say that I stopped. I would say that I was more concerned with my dad wanting to be at the practices. That was not going to be acceptable to miss them.
So all of your speeding violations came because of pressure to get to practices?
I only drove from after school to I was scheduled from like 3:30 to about 8 at night, and sometimes with my brother, sometimes my mother, just depending on the practice. And I believe that they all occurred on the turnpike going to practice.
Okay. So you talk about the burglaries that you and your brother committed, and those were what, like the summer before the murder, or what was the time frame of that?
I think summer of '88. So yeah, a little bit over a year, but basically in that same time frame of a year.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but your brother did one burglary, and then you did another with him, or did you both do the first one?
He committed a burglary with some older, I wouldn't know if I'd call them friends, but older guys that he was hanging out with, and then came and told me, this is what I did, and I want a burglar. There's another home where the kid, it was kids whose parents were out of town. And so they were giving the code to get in the house. The code to the safe actually came from the kid that lived there.
Okay, so hold on. I'm going to go step by step. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but I just want to get some things clarified. So Erik did the first one, told you about it, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Showed me what he took.
And he took quite a bit of property, valuable property. Correct?
No, in the first, well, I'm sure it was valuable, but he really only took whatever was in the safe. He didn't burglarize the home itself. He took what was in the safe. He had the combination from the kid. So it was cash, jewelry, watches that I could see, had it in a briefcase.
Okay. So then he tells you about that, right? Shows
Right.
you the loot.
Right.
Okay. And then how did the idea of the second burglary come up? Was that his idea or your idea?
He already had it planned for 3 days later.
Okay. And so what motivated you to get involved with that burglary?
I was, I should have obviously told him it's insane and let's not do that. You should not.
Hang on, just
My-
answer my question. I want to know what motivated you to get
Okay.
involved with that second burglary.
Not wanting him to go alone was really it. Not wanting something to go wrong and my dad find out were really the two biggest motivations for me. Something happening to him, my dad finding out because he gets caught, basically. And fear of dad's reaction, which I think would have spilled over on me for sure also, for not doing anything.
So you're saying you didn't want to steal, you didn't want the loot from the next house, you were there to make sure Erik wouldn't get in trouble?
Correct. I don't think Erik wanted the loot either. I don't know why he was doing it. He said he wanted to impress his friends. And so this one he wanted to do alone because the last one everybody helped him with. So this was somehow going to be a way for him to show them he could do it himself. He was excited, and I didn't want to bring him down from that, tell him he's stupid or anything. So my little brother just doesn't have a lot of confidence in so I just last minute said, well, I'm gonna go with. And it's my burglary because I went into the foyer and took some things and helped load the car at the very end when it was taking a long time. So there's no question that I take responsibility.
All right. So there's information, I believe it came out at trial, it's in the appellate opinion as I recall, that you were having you were a little strapped financially around that time, right?
Definitely not. No. Absolutely not.
I thought I read, and I'll find it, but that your dad was concerned about your spending. Does that sound right?
Definitely not. No. I did. I don't know where that came from exactly. I don't know what's in the appellate thing, but I had no spending restrictions at any point in my life.
Well, again, maybe just about how you were spending your money or the amount you were spending. You don't recall any of that?
No. I had an open credit card that I could use, and I had ATM, and
all right. Next question on that is, tell me as concisely as you can about your parents' reaction to the burglaries.
My father, he got called by the father of the home that was burglarized, I believe. That's how it happened. So he confronted me with my brother. We admitted to it. There was a mistake in putting things back in that home, and the father it got connected to Erik in some way, not through the police, but through.
So hang on a second. I know it again, just in the interest of time and focus of what's important for me, I asked you what your parents' reaction was.
My dad's reaction was, you're a moron, in more colorful language, for getting caught, for feeling sorry for the people that got burglarized, and that as I've told you your whole life, the weakness is dangerous and stupid, and now I have to fix it. Right? You're going to burglarize the home, then keep the stuff. Like, what's wrong with you? And I told him.
So you wrote that he was furious. Is the way the reaction was sort of a description. So, and it sounds like you're agreeing with that he was furious, right?
Yes.
So I noticed in the opinion that he was described as having cried about the crime, and that he was concerned about you both, and that's why he had you see a therapist. And those seem like pretty different reactions.
Yeah, that's definitely not true. I don't know who said he cried. I've never seen my father cry. The therapist came into it when he went to a criminal defense attorney to try to resolve the situation through a probation with my brother because he was underage. The criminal defense attorney suggested to bring on a psychiatrist who would talk about why Erik was young and some favorable thing for the probation court. And so they specifically found a therapist that would waive confidentiality, and that was Dr. Oziel. So it had nothing to do with therapy and concern and Erik. It was the criminal defense attorney hired him to testify, to provide a report for court, which he did.
And that is all documented in the trial evidence. If we're going to go into trial evidence, that is all documented in the trial evidence.
All right.
That's what we're doing here.
I'll check my notes. I just remember reading that the description of the testimony was, it said that your father cried and made you see a psychologist because of worry.
There's an appellate decision that has a very brief summary of the evidence, some of it in the light most favorable to the prosecution, and then there's the actual evidence. So if we're going to start making plausibility determinations about what my client is saying, I would like for this panel to go back to the actual trial evidence that supports and is consistent with what he's saying.
The trial evidence is not in our record. As I said, that's not something we were referring to. And of course, the appellate opinion is in the light most favorable to the prosecution because that's the legal standard. I read that, and I'm not making a determination. I'm trying to understand some inconsistencies from what I've read and what Mr. Menendez wrote. So it's, again,
Mr. Ballian submitted the transcripts from the trial, and they've been cited extensively in both my submission and in his submission.
I do not have the transcripts of the trial. I have a statement of views.
It was served with it in an email that was sent to the board by the district attorney's office.
Well, I don't have the actual transcript. I was reviewing, relying on the appellate opinion, which is what I mentioned was our record. When I said what the size of the record was, it certainly didn't include a trial transcript. So,
well, that's all been submitted and cited, and now we're actually having discussions about, based solely on the appellate decision, and I'm sensing some skepticism on the panel's part about what my client is saying, and that's going to be a problem for making a determination today.
So I just want to make it clear. Again, I am just trying to get a sense of what was going on before, during, and after the crime. That is where I am in my questions. I'm sure Commissioner Reardon will have different types of questions. I'm not making a credibility finding. I'm only trying to figure this out. So I think this is not a significant issue about whether your dad was upset or whether, was emotionally sad about it or was furious. Again, just trying to get
talking about his prior criminality and the burglaries and whether he needed money or did it for the money. And the record just doesn't support that at all. And so if that's going to be some sort of nexus to any kind of current behavior, we have a problem.
So are you objecting to me asking about something that's in the appellate opinion? And if so, I don't know how I sustain that objection when it's in the appellate
I'm
opinion.
not objecting to what's in the appellate decision, but if that is the sole basis for what the evidence in this case is, we have a problem. The DA submitted the trial transcripts. We have both cited them extensively to address exactly these issues. And you can ask, I'm not objecting to you asking him and him answering, because he's answering truthfully about what happened, but I'm gonna have objections later if what happened yesterday happens today, and it's this sort of public narrative of what this crime is about without any real analysis of what the evidence actually.
Okay, so here's the deal. One is, I don't know what happened yesterday. I'm not talking about yesterday. I'm talking about things that will help me make a decision today. And that's what it is. If you want to tell us in your closing or in clarifying questions something that you have in the record before you that contradicts what I'm saying, have at it. That is up to you. I read it in the appellate opinion, which, as I said, was the basis for what we are relying on as far as the jury's findings. So this is I'm going to move forward. He's already answered his opinion on that it wasn't about money, and I'm taking that for what he says. And so I'm going to move on.
I understand. I would just like to put on the record that the CRA did not consider the appellate decision. The CRA considered only the probation officer's report, just so we have that noted.
I did see that. I think that they didn't, I don't know if the appellate opinion was put in the record later or what, but I did see that was not the basis. So, all right. So, yes, Mr. Menendez.
Just I don't know if it's helpful, but both of those statements about financial problems and that thing with my father and Dr. Azil came from my Uncle Brian. All of that came from Uncle Brian, who was sort of opposed to our release and in a probate battle, and just was not true. It just was not true. I think it was thoroughly disproven that it was not true, but at trial. But Dr. Azil himself did testify how he got hired and why, and it was none of those reasons. And I think the best source of what was happening with me financially would be my Aunt Terry. My Uncle Brian lived in another state and didn't know us well. My Aunt Terry and my Uncle Carlos and my family, I was around every day, and there was certainly no financial issues whatsoever. But I know that he said that, and that did end up in the appellate review. So as soon as you were saying it, I was thinking Uncle Brian. So I know.
Okay, so the next thing I wanted to ask you about was again from the appellate opinion that that your dad had talked about, and it wasn't your Uncle Brian, he told, but had talked about taking you and Erik out of the will a couple weeks before the murder. Do you want to address that?
More about a year before. He told my Uncle Carlos, who was the executor, that I told them they're out of the will. And he told Dr. Azil. I think Dr. Azil mentioned it on the recorded tape that he made, that your father told me he had taken you out of the will. And so that was also about a little less than a year before.
Okay, so when you talk about sort of the lead up to the crime, you don't mention that. You don't mention that there was an issue about whether or not you were in the will. And I just wondered why you didn't write about that.
Well, I was just writing about what was the cause and influenced the events that week. Not being in the will became a problem afterwards in terms of we weren't going to have any money, but wasn't. Not being in the will was certainly not a motive for anything. It would be hopefully the opposite.
Well, I'm skipping to after the crime now, but you and Erik went to great lengths to make sure the will wasn't found, right?
Yeah. I believe there was a will that disinherited us somewhere. So I kind of assumed it would come from an attorney because my father was a pretty complicated businessman. I didn't think it would be on necessarily on like a family computer or somewhere like that, but I didn't know. And we were a little resigned to the fact that there was going to probably be a will found. So there was a safe in the house that probably had the will in it. And we took it to the executor and said, I think some family members said, well, let's open it with the executor there. There wasn't a will in it. I think there was a will found eventually, but I'm not sure. I think it was an old one.
And you hired somebody to erase the hard drive, right? So that there would be no reference to the will.
There was a family computer. We looked through it. There was nothing on it. But I had concerns about whatever might be my mother maybe revealing something from our history and past or what was going on. And then if I was told by the person that came over to retrieve files that I brought over, that there was nothing on it. So
hang on a second.
We did check. If there was a will on it, I probably would have erased it. Yes.
Kind of went around the bend on that rather than answering that. So you did go to great lengths to make sure the hard drive was erased with any sign of a will on it, correct?
I would say correct. Right.
Okay. A couple other things about before the crime. I noticed that you wrote about that your parents were recording Erik's phone calls, and I just wonder how you know that.
The tape recording equipment was found by relatives when they went in the house afterwards.
So you didn't know that before the murders?
No. That was one of the, sorry.
So, and did Erik have a separate phone?
We all used the same number in the house. So he didn't have a separate phone.
So all phone calls were recorded, you say, by your parents?
I'm not sure. I just know my mother had recording equipment in the house that was able to tap Erik's phone, which is why we thought I was a period of time where I thought my Aunt Terry was telling my father things that only she and I knew, and it caused me to trust her less as someone I could go to. But it turned out really my mother was just listening to conversations that my brother had with me, and so but we didn't know it at the time. No.
Okay. Last question on sort of pre-crime things. You said that, no, wait, let me strike that and start over. How long had you been in California before the crime? Because you were mostly in New Jersey, were you not?
I was living in both places, flying back each weekend.
Okay.
A lot of flying. So 86 on.
Well, so like just, August 20th obviously was the murder. You write about, I think, the 15th to the 20th. How long had you been in California, like with your brother, with your family, before the 15th? Or had you just gotten there?
Maybe a week or two. I was at a tennis camp back and forth in the summer. So was Erik. Family was all together. Not very long before I was going to be going back to school.
Okay. And then you talked about the sort of confession of Erik that he was still being abused by your father. And that was around the 15th?
On the 15th, Tuesday.
Okay. And you talk about it was because, you talk about what happened before that was your mother got mad at you and like grabbed your hairpiece and pulled it off. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And you say Erik didn't know that you had a hairpiece and you were embarrassed, right?
Right. It wasn't a full hair piece. It was like partial in an area that was hard to detect. Basically, you couldn't unless you touched it. So he
Okay,
didn't know.
so Erik didn't know, and you were embarrassed.
Yes.
Okay, so then you say, like, it was the next thing that happened that Erik told you about the abuse. I mean, how does that hairpiece issue lead to a confession about ongoing abuse?
Well, I only know that it was relevant because of what I know from Erik afterwards, that he didn't know, and that there was, so it led him to feel like there were secrets. In my opinion, it was just an excuse for him to finally tell me what he was suicidal and wanting to tell me. And so I don't know if it was an excuse or a catalyst, but would he have told me anyway? Probably. But it just was an emotional moment, and I was in some pain from it, and I was in my guest house, and it was an opportunity, I guess, for him to be more vulnerable with me about something related to him.
Okay. All right. When you look at the crime, or when I look at the crime, it seems to be sort of a combination of planning and impulsivity. Do you think that's kind of accurate?
I'm not sure what you mean by planning.
You don't think any of this crime was planned?
I think the purchase of the guns was a decision we made that made it more likely that there could be an explosion that was deadly. So that was I would say that's the biggest mistake, aside from Sunday of the weekend, telling my father and then reacting with buying guns. But it was not. When I bought the guns, it wasn't because something was going to happen. It was really I thought it was de-escalating. Like it was, we arm ourselves. It gave me some measure of feeling something, safety of some kind, mostly my brother, because my father might attack him. And that's it. There's nothing else. There was zero planning. There was no way to know that it was going to happen Sunday.
All right. So you just said, and you wrote this as well, the biggest mistake was buying the guns because it elevated things. And so you're saying the guns were strictly for protection.
Exactly. Really, mostly emotional protection, because I don't know that they would have been that useful if my brother was surprised somewhere or something happened in the house. We weren't carrying them around, so it was some form of protection. It was something.
So when you and Erik were, I guess, driving around trying to find a place that would sell you guns, did the discussion about potentially killing your parents come up?
No. It was a discussion more about what some of the more serious threats that my dad made, particularly in my life, if it ever got out. Some of the worst forms of the abuse that I hadn't been. He didn't tell me a lot of how bad it was on Tuesday like he was on Friday when we were driving. And that made me very panicked and more certain that something could happen, but not certain. And kind of fueled the decision, well, even though long guns are not very useful for protection, it's better than nothing. And so then we made the decision somewhat impulsively, but at some point, yes, let's just buy it. Let's just buy it.
So there's a reference in I think it's the DA's statement of views, which is referencing a reporter's transcript. So it sounds like this was testimony that Erik had testified that it first was discussed a week before.
Definitely, he had no testimony like that. No, absolutely not.
I would like to ask where the panel is looking for those.
Unfortunately, I didn't write in my notes where that came from. I
think there's a chance you're referencing the Oziel tape, which is highly problematic on a number of fronts and was misstated by the DA in their statement of view. But if it's something else, I'd like to know what the reference is to.
Okay,
I'm not aware of any trial testimony by Erik or anyone that it was ever planned a week ahead.
Yeah, no.
All right. I will look for that. I don't want to keep everybody waiting while I look for it, but I'll make a note. Okay, so going back to my question about it's a combination of planning and impulsivity. So you don't agree with that statement?
Well, impulsivity, maybe, but planning, definitely not. There might be, just saying, there's some confusion that I had an appointment this Sunday night to go to the movies with a friend that was made a week before. But that was just an appointment to go to the movies. That was before I even heard from Erik what was happening. So maybe there's confusion there. I don't know. But no, there's no planning of any kind. The decision to buy the guns was Thursday night, and then it was somewhat impulsive to buy them on Friday when we were driving. Finally, just if we're going to do it, buy the guns. It's better than nothing. And that was it. There was no other discussion.
And whose idea was it to get the guns?
It was, I honestly, I don't know. I don't remember. I think it was just a back and forth. It's better than nothing. The problem was it was a long gun. We were hoping to buy a handgun and couldn't without a waiting period. So that was just sort of like, okay, that's not going to be helpful. And then it was.
Well, was Erik telling you when he said, that your dad was still abusing him? Did he say, we need to kill him? Anything like that?
No. When he said
did he say, I need a gun to protect myself?
Thursday night was the discussion about guns, but by then I had already confronted my father. So it was not when he was telling me. That was Tuesday. Tuesday, our plan was for me to confront Dad and make it some kind of deal.
And you had your gun where?
I purchased the guns with Erik, and I kept mine in my guest house where I was staying.
Okay. Loaded or unloaded?
I didn't load it. It might have had a shell in it just to see how it works. So there might be a 1 or 2 shells in it, but I did not really think it was useful for protection of much kind, but I had a few. It was somewhat loaded, but not really. I know Sunday night, I couldn't even remember if it was loaded. But I imagine I had it somewhat loaded. It would make no sense if I didn't. So I think I probably did, but I don't remember completely. There was some.
Never heard of somewhat loaded. What do you mean by that?
There was some discussion at a range with someone about buckshot versus birdshot. We asked, what's the best for protection? Like in the moment, he said, I guess he noticed the ammunition that we had and said, that's not the right ammunition. You need to buy this and load this.
Well, I know, but I'm just asking, was your gun in your guest house loaded or unloaded? Did it have any ammunition in it?
It had ammunition in it, definitely. I don't think it was fully loaded. and I don't know what kind of ammunition. I think I was supposed to put the right kind of ammunition in, and I don't know that I actually did.
So, okay. And you say now in your writings that you realize now your parents didn't have guns with them in the den when you shot them, correct?
Did I write about that? At some point I realized that. Yeah. When I was picking up my gun, I believe I realized that, but I'm not 100% sure.
Did you realize they didn't have guns? Or that they did? You did think
it wasn't something. Them having guns really wasn't even in my mind fully at that time. I just I didn't really visualize how an attack was going to happen. So I don't believe I looked for guns. So I don't know that I fully realized that. You know, no guns were recovered in the room, and so at some point I realized it. I knew it. But I may have realized it in the moment when I was picking up my gun afterwards, after the police didn't show up. That's likely.
Okay, so there's so many documents, and I may be referring to the wrong one that said this, but I think it was in the CRA. You talked about, you know, your parents always had guns. You were sure they had them in the room with them, and that they were about to kill you, right?
Right. Well, I was thinking that they were that it was happening. The attack was happening. But I don't know that I specifically envisioned what guns or whether they had guns, and I don't know. I can't describe that. It wasn't in my mind that way. But there were lots of guns in the house, so I would assume that they had guns.
And apparently, so how do you know there were a lot of guns in the house? And where did you think those guns were?
Well, I just knew that there were lots of guns in my dad's bedroom and in his closet. I believe one in my mother's closet. And we had just always had guns in our home. And so there were guns in the house. Whether they would have bought different guns, I don't know, but they were there in the house.
So you had access to their guns, right? You knew where they were?
Some of them, yes. Yeah.
And you didn't check that night to see if there were any guns?
No, I didn't go in their bedroom that whole weekend.
I think I'm a bit confused about the timeline and the I want to take a look at some of my notes and find a little bit more about why I wrote down some things that I wanted to ask you about. So I'm going to actually turn this over to Commissioner Reard, and I do have some other questions, well, Commissioner, do you have any questions on these topics?
I do not, Commissioner. We're about 2 hours in. If you think it's an appropriate time to take a break before we start post-conviction factors, that would be appropriate.
Yeah, let me just take a 5 or 10 minute break. Let's everybody come back at 11:05. It's 10:56.
We are now back on the record, Commissioner.
Thank you. 11:07. Everyone, all the principals have returned. All right. So just to confirm.
Can I go back and clear up the record from the statement about that you were mentioning from the trial? Because I was able to find the reference or.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to do. So
okay.
From page 27 of the DA's statement of views. It looks like referring to Dr. Oziel's testimony. According to Erik, the discussion of planning the murders took place about a week before the crime. That's what I was referring to. So that's in referencing the reporter's transcript. So it seems to be. Okay,
that's correct.
yes.
And that is the testimony of Dr. Oziel reporting on something that not that Lyle Menendez said, but that Erik Menendez said. You have the Oziel tape, and I'm sure know that Dr. Oziel was completely discredited at trial as having, bribed them to make a false confession tape. So if you want to talk about the honesty of those statements, I'd like you to ask my client about the discussions with he can't speak to Erik's discussions with Dr. Oziel, but we are now talking about, what Dr. Oziel reported that a different person said to him that was discredited at the trial.
So here's the deal. I am trying to understand your client's position about why this crime happened. And that information is in the record that was presented to us. I'm entitled to ask questions about it, and he's entitled to answer. I am not saying, one thing is true and one thing is not. I am only trying to understand. I'm going to proceed and ask your client some more questions, but I actually think I don't want to go down the road of having a discussion that may or may not prove the defense or disprove what has the jury findings before. We're not here to do that. And so I am actually going to, I don't want to invite your client
that's not,
to, hang on, let me finish. Hang on. I don't want to invite your client to testify about something that could be at issue in the later court proceeding. And so to the extent there are some contradictions arising in the discussion that we're having, and I think he's struggling a bit to answer some questions about things that seem pretty pertinent to his claim in all of his writings that this was it was an us or them kind of scenario. And I honestly don't want to go into that much further because it looks like there's still some court proceedings on these issues. So I think in your client's best interest, I'm not going to do that, but I am going to ask some questions about his mindset.
I would agree with that. I think the unfairness relates to the fact that the questions stem from unreliable evidence, from unreliable summaries of what happened in the trial and a very superficial understanding of what all the evidence was. And that's my concern here today.
Okay, I have to disagree. Hang on, Mr. Melendez. Let me respond to Ms. Rummel. It is the appellate opinion is the legal document supporting the convictions in this case. So the idea that we cannot rely on the appellate opinion is just wrong. And I've never heard you say that in any other case. Of course we can rely on the appellate opinion. These are things that were presented at the trial court. That is our record on the legal opinion. To the extent your clients, he wrote pages, hundreds of pages about the before, during, and after of this crime. And I'm entitled to ask questions about that, in part based on what's before us. Mr. Menendez is entitled to present to the panel what he wants to present as well. We have to consider that as well. So I'm not getting into trial testimony. I'm getting into what was presented to the panel, both in your brief, in the DA's brief, and in Mr. Menendez's brief. That's the universe of information that we're working from. And it's simply giving your client an opportunity to explain some inconsistencies. I just think at this point, I think that there's some, I don't want to ask things that could, like I said, that go directly to what he is trying to prove in court right now. So I am not going to do that. Mr. Menendez, you can be heard.
I think that this issue was actually raised by Lyle Menendez when he made the decision to write about this topic. And I think the reason why he wrote about it is he was trying to suggest that he had taken responsibility or insight into the crimes. The case law is very clear. The commission can look at insight. It's in Ray Lawrence, in Ray Saputis. And if the commission wants to ask questions that are related to his insight, which is what he has raised. It's not that this is raised independent of the commission. He raised this issue. And I think it's really important that that the commission can ask these, because if we don't have this questioning, both by the prosecutor, the commission, it goes unchallenged. And I don't think that that is the appropriate forum for the commission. The commission gets to ask questions about, there's a reason why we have more than just Lyle Menendez in this proceeding.
So I don't disagree with some of that, but I do with others. So of course, insight and his understanding of why he committed this offense is important. And I think both sides agree with that. I also agree that Mr. Menendez put his thought process and the events leading up to and during it at issue in his extensive writings. And that is what I'm trying to explore here. I just feel that there was, in the last discussion, a bit of going in a little bit too much to something that could be related to whatever he wants to present in court right now. And I don't want to get involved with that. It is not necessary for our decision today. So again, thought process, but, and I think there's a very fine line in between it. But I would like to just proceed with some other questions I have. I've heard you both. I don't think there's...
I'd just like to respond to Mr. Milius. We invite this panel. Mr. Menendez has written about it. We invite you to ask him about his insight. Absolutely. He has very deep insight into this crime. My objection is pitting his insight against you say that you know that an appellate decision is not the best evidence of what occurred or what happened at the trial. It is the pieces of fact that support the legal objections that were raised. And my objection is to pitting his insight against one appellate decision from a second trial without real consideration of who testified, what they testified to, all the corroboration of abuse that was excluded from the second trial, all the things I've submitted to you. So that is my only objection. I came in here understanding that the documents I was served with and were served on the board were part of the record. I'm just finding out in the middle of the hearing that that's not the case. And we are only looking at an appellate decision to understand my client's insight. That is my objection. And I will leave it at that. I think I've been very clear about that.
All right. I understand, Ms. Rummel, but I think the problem is you're sort of suggesting that I can't challenge the things that your client has written about. And I don't think that's true. I can challenge those, and I can do it based on my common sense. If I see something that doesn't make sense, I'm going to ask about it. I am not making a finding about whether something in the record was, if it's in the appellate opinion, that is taken from trial transcripts. I know that for a fact, as I know you do. They are taken from the trial. And they're taken from discussions about, evidentiary motions, all that. So that's our record. As far as the transcripts of the actual trial, I'm sure they were excluded from the commissioner's records because they were probably thousands and thousands of pages long, and they are not relevant to our decision because we're not retrying the case. I know that both counsel had access to the master file and the 10-day. I never heard that there was a problem about what was included in that or not included. So again, we're not making evidentiary decisions here. We're trying to get to know your client, and that's what we're going to move forward with. All right. So let me see what I wanted to ask you about. Okay, so I asked you earlier about the guns because you wrote, and this was a from your writing, you say that you realize now that you wrote this in various places, that they did not have guns in the den when you and Erik killed them, and that you realize now there was no imminent threat. Is that an accurate statement about what you know now? Or what you think?
Right. I wrote that I don't believe now they were going to kill us in that moment.
You also wrote that you didn't think. You also wrote that you didn't think they had guns. That you realize now they did not have guns with them.
Right.
Correct.
Absolutely. I realize now there was no guns. At the time, I had those beliefs. But now I realize that, and I wanted to, just for full accountability, just to everyone, that I no longer believe that they were going to kill us in that moment today. I think
right,
that,
but you said that. I mean, you're right about at the time you did. Is that correct? You thought
right,
at that time they were going to kill you.
At the time, I had that honest belief. Yes.
Okay, and you had the belief that at that moment in the den they were going to kill you.
Pretty much from the time I ran to get my gun, I was believing that.
Okay, so tell us again, as concisely as possible, what was the primary reason that you thought they were going to kill you?
That I had threatened my father to expose that he was sexually assaulting my brother, and my parents would do anything to keep that from happening. And just based on what I knew about my father, my just overwhelming fear of him, his use of violence to solve problems, and his obsession with his image and his power, it was a certainty to me that there was going to be an attack to eliminate us. I was just fearful all weekend, and it just erupted in that moment at that time, and I ran to try to survive.
Okay, so what was your understanding of whether or not your parents were armed?
I assumed that the attack was happening at that moment, so I believed that that it was happening now. Really, the only thought in my head was, it's happening now. I have to the way to survive is to get to the room first. When Father had closed the door, I think fear just kind of overwhelmed reason. It's hard to, I don't have a great explanation for why I felt such terror in that moment, and made those decisions. I think I have better understanding now, but going back was really just, it's happening now. And that was my exact statement at the time.
And it happening means they're going to kill you.
Correct. And Erik.
Okay. Afterwards, right? Let's talk about your feelings, emotions right after you after you killed them. What feelings went through your head? Just words, if you could.
Right, like the moments after, directly after.
Right. Let's go from the point, and I don't think you're disputing this. You emptied your guns on them, shot them multiple times. Your mom was still moving. You and Erik both went back to the car, reloaded, and then you went back to your mother and shot her just right in the face until she stopped moving. Is that accurate? Are we on the same page as far as the facts?
Yes.
Okay. So right then, after they were clearly no longer alive, what emotions did you have?
I dropped my gun and walked out. I think just shock, numb at that point. I was in the panic, just still panicked, I think, for a while. Panicked. At some point I realized I should be expecting the police, but I think that thought was in my head at that time.
Okay, so shock,
just sort of like
panic.
kind of this collapsing feeling of, it's the same emotion that put me in the room I was still in.
And did you have any feelings about the fact that these people that you claim had, abused you so seriously, I mean, for all these years, I mean, was there any kind of relief? Was there happiness, satisfaction, anything like that?
No. It was the slow motion.
Did you ever have those feelings of relief?
No, I had feelings of regret and shock.
When did that start? When did the regret
Pretty much
start?
I would say I can't, probably that night, but certainly in all the days and weeks after, just spending a lot of time talking to my father, regretting it, unable to be in the same room with my brother. Just a total sort of crumbling of my life. My father had really been a central focus of it, and just total, some even resentment toward my brother, maybe, about what had happened. And
okay, so hang on, we're going, okay. So, let me piece that apart because I'm not sure I understand it. You did regret it? You regretted killing your parents at some point?
Well,
is that right?
It was just shocking. I can't believe that it happened, right? I really was struggling with the fact that it was happening.
Hang on.
Okay.
I want to know, I mean, obviously you've had 36 years to think
Right.
about this, and you've been writing a lot about it.
Right.
As I recall, I thought I had read that you did in fact regret it, or you at least do now. Is that accurate?
100%.
So when did the regret feeling or emotion come to be?
Right in the aftermath, we were crying, was distraught, and I had tremendous emotion and sorrow about it, pretty much right away in the days, in the night and days afterwards, and just kind of grew to the point of almost relief when I was arrested.
You actually said you wished you were arrested right away. Why did you say that in your writings?
Just I felt a shameful period of the 6 months of having to lie to relatives that were grieving, just very much affected me. I felt the need to suffer, that it was, there was no relief that's over. I sort of started to just feel like I had not rescued my brother. I had destroyed his life. I had rescued nobody. And I just sort of... You
were interviewed by law enforcement after the crime, and you and your brother kind of gave I don't know who did this sort of thing, and that you were both very distraught about it, correct?
We were very distraught, which led to him letting us go, apparently, according to what I heard him testify. Okay,
so this is not a major point, but it was just something I read in the CRA that I thought was interesting. You talked about the detective who interviewed you, and you said he believed us. He recognized trauma. How did you know he recognized trauma? Was that part of the discussion?
He testified that he, at an in limine hearing, that he knew the difference between somebody who was cold-blooded or faking it or just maybe like acting like they didn't know anything, or somebody who was traumatized and trying to hold back crying. And he said, he didn't realize it was a domestic violence crime, and so he mistook that traumatic emotions that he felt were real for just grieving your parents, not realizing that maybe we were involved in some emotional way. And so it was a mistake he made not to give us a gun residue test and hold us and do other things that would have arrested us that night. So he I don't know that he regretted it. He just I think he got mocked for it at work. Like, you should have considered that maybe this is a domestic violence case.
And you got emotional when you talked to the CRA clinician about that. Where were those emotions coming from?
Thinking about him getting mocked for having humanity, I just felt like there's nothing wrong with him having that feeling as a detective. You know, I appreciated it, and even though I did wish I was arrested that night, but I feel for this detective who, because he didn't recognize what was happening, what caused the crime, and therefore the emotion was real, he made a miscalculation. And it felt, you know, I felt bad for him.
So you just testified about the sorrow, the disbelief, the shock, pretty much that whole 6-month period. Is that when you think those emotions were going through you?
Well, right afterwards that night. That's why we were distraught at the station, and then throughout the months, and just trying to keep it together and not.
So I think you understand that from your writings. I think you understand this, that your actions spoke very differently than those emotions would suggest. Do you agree with that? Well, just answer the question. Do you agree with that? I mean, you're saying how sorrowful you were and shocked and you couldn't believe it and you were feeling so bad about lying to your family and all that.
Right.
Do you think your actions are consistent with the emotions that you just described? Yes or no?
I think they're not consistent with it. I think they're both true. I didn't want to reveal to my Aunt Terry and to my family why this had happened, who my parents were behind closed doors. I couldn't do that. I also didn't want to go to prison, which I kind of equated with being separated from my brother also. So all of these things are going through my mind all those months. And I was also dealing with overwhelming sort of grief and loneliness, and just sort of felt like almost like a ghost just walking amongst other people. And so all of it was true. Both of them were. I mean, it's inconsistent, but it's both happening at the same time.
Maybe we don't know what actions you're asking him about. Maybe if we could be specific about what actions the board is inquiring about.
Well, his lifestyle for 6 months and spending tens of thousands of dollars buying expensive cars and watches and living the life, buying things for friends. I mean, it was a pretty, I mean, that's how I've read what happened afterwards. And I'm sure there's obviously more to it that that wasn't where you were doing 24 hours a day, but those are the actions I'm talking about. Do you think those actions are consistent with the emotions that you're telling us you had?
Yeah, those actions are consistent because I had it's just part of my personality or growing up to spend and avoid vulnerable emotions or depression with doing something material that I thought would lift my spirit. So I would spend, I thought it would make me feel better, and then it wouldn't. And so that was part of something my mother did with me before, and it just thought it would dull the pain. It was just something, it was reckless, but it was consistent with me just trying to deal with those emotions.
So spending money, having flashy things to show off, those are things that helped you deal with your emotions of sorrow?
Spending was something I did to lift. Just thought it would make me feel good in the moment, just feel like out of this depth of this anguish and, sort of my life had just collapsed without my parents and just the whole system I had. I was supposed to go right back to school. I had a life, and now I had something different that was shattered. So
How much money do you think you spent during that period?
I spent that first trip to the mall when my uncles directed me to buy a bunch of clothes I would need for the next couple of weeks because we weren't in the house, and for the memorial service suits and things. And I bought stuff on that trip. And then
I think she's asking for a detailed list, just a summary, just a general idea of how much money is.
Jewelry, the clothes, car was I think 60-something thousand, so maybe $100,000 if you count the car, and then the restaurant. I don't know. That was a business purchase with my uncle, so I don't know if we count that.
And you bought a Porsche, is that right?
Yes.
Erik bought a Jeep. Why do you think you guys chose such different cars?
Well, my mother, we had just finished purchasing the condominium for me, and I was needing a car, and my other car had been shipped to New Jersey. I shipped my mother's car across the country to drive that. That's what I've been driving.
Hang on.
Yeah.
The question was simply, Erik chose a Jeep, you chose a Porsche. Why the difference? Why such different types of cars?
It was just, I had purchased a convertible as my first car. I liked small convertibles, and so that was a convertible kind of roadster car, the kind of cars that I liked.
I feel like you're kind of avoiding the fact that Porsches are very flashy, extremely expensive. Jeeps are pretty much, a little more standard, not flashy. Do you not see the difference in those?
I see the difference. I assume he bought what he wanted to buy. I don't know.
I just wondered if it was a sort of a reflection of your personalities that, you like to...
It could be. My dad and I spent a lot of money in that way. We had a little bit, I don't know, but my mother too. So I don't know the whole family before and after. So I don't.
So you wrote.
What? Sorry.
That's okay. I didn't want to dwell on it. Uh-oh. I think we just lost Mr. Milius. Mr. Milius, are you there? I had him pinned, and he is no longer pinned. Let's...
Don't see him.
All right. It's 11:36. We're going to have to go off the record.
We're now back on the record. We've reestablished contact with the district attorney.
Thank you. It's 11:37. All right. So... I'll move on in that. So I want you to sort of think deeply about this and just sort of try to dig deep in answering this question. You had a very different relationship with your father than you did with your mother, right? You idolized your dad. You feared your dad. You wanted to please your dad. Your mom, you felt this distance. You felt rejected by her. Is there one death that gave you more, I'll use your word, sorrow, than the other?
My mother.
Why?
because I loved her and did not think I could ever, I couldn't imagine harming her in any way. And I think, also I learned a lot afterwards about her life, her childhood, things that had happened to her, that reflecting on that, how much fear maybe she felt. I learned from her psychologist, her therapist, that she felt shame for how,
well, hang on. And I should have clarified this, but I mean kind of like maybe just in the more, right after the fact, like recency after their deaths. So you had more sorrow about your mother.
I've always had more sorrow about my mother as somebody who, I just kind of cared about more, was more fragile in my life. Growing up in my life was more fragile, so I cared more about her well-being through my whole life, and so I just felt a deep sorrow about it. Yes.
Do you think you ever had an emotion of like satisfaction or relief about their deaths? And or would you characterize that as your emotion related to your dad?
No, I had a deep connection with my father. He was the one that just sort of guided my life, was going to be continuing to guide my life. He had his plan, I was in the plan, and I was lost without him. I felt zero relief. I felt the opposite of relief.
So you write a lot about the crime as being impulsive and that you were young. You really didn't think about the consequences. We know those are, features of youthful thinking. And I wonder, after all these years of thinking about it, how do you reconcile your description in that way with the sophistication of the web of lies and manipulation that you demonstrated afterwards? And I'm just, for clarity, I'm talking about just some examples, having the computer disk erased to get rid of the will. You had scripts for your people to testify in a way that you wanted them to. You had escape plans from jail, those types of things. To me, that's pretty sophisticated stuff. So how do you reconcile this crime being so impulsive, but your actions afterwards being so sophisticated and manipulative?
They were manipulative. Well, the week and my crime was just powered by emotion. So there was no room for any sophisticated. Even my thoughts of how we would manage that week just seemed flailing and unsophisticated. Afterwards, there's a lot of flailing in what was happening. But I have more time to think about it sitting in the county jail all day in a cell, afraid that no one's going to believe us, and I'm trying to support my brother who's going to be testifying. At that time, I wasn't going to be. And so I was looking for something to help. And I was ashamed and hiding and still in that mode of hiding, just secrets you hide. And I was just sort of just still in that mode. So I don't know. I had more time to think about it, maybe.
Okay. So just time. That's the difference.
Well, I'm sitting in the jail 24 hours a day. That's when some of that occurred. It was immature. It was senseless, and it was wrong. And I would never do that today. But the emotions were driving it, mostly shame. I was not trusting anyone, my lawyers, that anyone would believe anything we were saying. So I was making bad decisions, bad judgment.
Well, but you did trust people enough to ask them to lie for you, right? I mean, you came up with some pretty sophisticated stories, and to have people lie, you had to have trusted them to not turn you in for trying to suborn perjury, right?
I hoped that they would help. Yes. So to some degree, I trusted them. But I was talking to nobody about what happened. And it took a while. It was like a couple of year process for that to happen, for me to feel confident and comfortable to talk. In that time period when I wasn't, that was happening.
Do you think that you're a good liar?
No, I don't. I don't
Were
think.
you,
I don't.
were you then?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't.
Even though
I don't think so.
You fooled your entire family about you being the murderer, and you recruited all these people to help you, and you don't think that's good, being a good liar?
I think that what helped in that situation is that I was feeling a lot of remorse, and I was distraught. So it made it, because of that, there was a strong belief I didn't have anything to do with it, because they didn't know what was happening. They didn't know what was happening in the home at that time, so they didn't know why. And so it was easier to believe me. The same with the detective right afterwards. So
Okay.
remorse just made it more, it just was, people just didn't question it. I don't think it was clever lying. It was just that.
Okay. All right. I am finished, I believe, with my questions about, as I said, the before, during, and after. I am going to turn this over to Commissioner Reardon at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Menendez, we're now going to talk about post-conviction factors. It's my goal to have a conversation with you about what you've done in prison. I'm going to focus mainly on, you came to RJD in 2018, correct? More or less?
Yes.
And your brother is already here. He'd been here since 2013.
On a different yard, but yes.
Yeah. So I'm going to probably be focusing on that time period. And I want you to take a deep breath. If I ask you a question you don't understand, let me know. We've been at this for almost 3 hours. It's difficult to be where we are. We understand that. And I also want you to be aware that any questions I ask you, any conversation I have with you, in no way am I attempting to minimize your traumatic experience as a youth. Nor is it trying to trivialize all the work that you have done, because you've done a lot of work. No violence, you stayed out of trouble. It's been pointed out by your attorneys. And also, for the majority of that time, you had no promise of ever getting out of prison. So that does say something, and we're going to have a conversation about that. So I do want to ask you, at what point in time, at what date, do you think you had a path forward to get out of prison? I know there's a clemency, and I know that there's resentencing, but do you have, I don't want to use the term clean and sober date, but that kind of a date where you said, you know what, this looks like I might have a path forward to get out of prison. Do you have a date like that in your mind?
A clearer understanding of, a clearer belief of that once the judge made the decision in resentencing. But the possibility of it at the end of October when there was an initiation, but it was just, there was an initiation by a district attorney that just suddenly happened, and that's when it takes a while for that to be a real belief, and you've been a life without for 35 years, and they're telling you, well, it depends on whether he gets reelected, and there was a lot there, but
that's as close as you've been, though, right? I mean, that October 24 is probably as close as you've been, correct?
Right.
All right.
I think you're right.
So when we have this discussion, I'm going to keep that date in mind. Before we start the substantive stuff, as a housekeeping matter, during a break, I saw you wearing reading glasses. Yes?
Yes, I have.
I don't know if we talked about that, but I'm responsible for making sure about accommodation. So I'm going to note that you have reading glasses, and I'm also going to note that there's a magnifying device there if you need it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So what I want to start with is, as I reviewed your file, the official file of the documents that you submitted and your lawyer submitted, I was struck by what I believe to be almost two different incarcerated people, right? I'm reading about the model incarcerated person, pro-social Lyle Menendez, and then I'm also reading about the antisocial, rule-breaking Lyle Menendez. And it struck me that there was some type of, I don't want to say pull going on there, but you seem to be different things at different times. Am I wrong about that?
I think maybe. In terms of the phone use, is that what you're referring to? That violence of
Yes,
the phone?
yeah. Basically, not only the use of the phone, but the whole enterprise behind the phone, and we're going to talk about it. I'll give it a chance to respond, but I'm not looking at this, and I don't think what I've seen indicates that you used a cell phone from time to time. It seemed to be a mechanism in place so that you always had a phone at your disposal, right? And you've said that pretty much when you hit RJD in 2018, up until at least early November 2024, you were using cell phones, right?
Correct.
All right. And even your own statement, this is under contemplation stage for you when you were talking about that November 24 cell phone, and you were like, it just finally hit me that I needed to do a lot of work. Because you said, when you were talking about how you could change your life to stop using a cell phone, all of it was inconsistent with who I saw myself as in the community and who I had worked hard to become. I think that's the point I'm trying to make, because on paper, and I'm not diminishing your accomplishments, right? On paper, it's very impressive, right? The educational upgrade. Did you finish the master's program?
Not yet. Hopefully.
All right. Well, we've got the AA in sociology, the bachelor's degree. You're working on the master's program. We have a degree. We're happy when incarcerated people get their GED, right? So you have done a lot there. You got a good work history, right? Mostly positive. You were chairman of the Inmate Advisory Council for, 6, 8, 10 years, correct?
Correct.
And that's a position of prestige, is it not?
Yes.
Okay.
Leadership position.
All right. So those are all positive. And then when I look at your programming, I see that there is so much programming that you've done, right? And you talk about promises you made to relatives to remain free from violence. You've done that. You've done a lot of programming. But what I'm wondering is, the programming that was done before the last cell phone, how much weight should a panel give that? If you're using cell phones at the same time you're participating in all this self-help programming to gain a better understanding of yourself, how much weight do we give that programming, right? And I'm not saying that you were involved in alcohol or drugs, but the common example is somebody who gets high or gets drunk and then they go to AA meetings, right?
Right.
So that period of time from 2018 up to 2024, it sounds like you were leading two separate paths, right? Pro-social you was doing a lot of good work. I mean, that green space, the disconnect to reconnect, the LWAP mentor program, the insight mediation. You were doing a lot of programming. And at that point in time, as you said, there's no guarantee you're ever going to get out of prison. So why would you be doing that unless it was to better yourself? Fair enough, right?
Right.
So you did that. But then when you're writing about the cell phones, you talk about, why you were using them. And this is on page, I think I'll use your numbers. Page 191 of submission by your attorneys. You said at the time, it was not on my radar to stop my behavior, change my behavior. I was LWAP, and I was never getting out of prison. Using the cell phones made my life exponentially better and more connected. It gave me such a feeling of belonging. So I guess what I'm struggling with and what I'm trying to reconcile is, why did you parse out this one part of your recovery of your pro-social behavior, the cell phones, when you were doing all that other good work?
I think because I was rationalizing and just in denial that this device was benefiting those things that I cared about and those pro-social things, like my relationship, my family, my service projects. And I just sort of understood that it was a rule violation and wrong, but I did not understand and internalize that it was the criminality of it, the criminal thinking of it, till after I stopped using it and took more courses in that and learned a lot more. And so in my mind, I was using it for good things, and I was not using it for what I thought was criminality. And so in consequence, my consequential thinking didn't come till later. I just kind of proed and conned that the consequence was only on me in terms of breaking this rule, the benefits of what I was doing for the community through this project, which really was exponentially more useful with the phone, and my connection that I could keep with Rebecca and my family. I had just moved across the state from my wife. I was seeing her less, clearly much less. And so I rationalized, okay, it wasn't out of line with what I was caring about, what I cared about, what I was devoting my life to, which was my family, my relationship, my community. I think I was well known for that, and it really, really got great validation from that, and I felt like it served that. It was.
But why the need for validation? You're in prison, horrible life crime. Why the need for validation?
Well, it's a different kind of validation at that point in my time. Early in my time, the validation was just feeling self-worthless, convicted, in prison, desperately trying to hear that I'm doing good things. Okay, my family's proud. And so a lot of my MAC work early on was for that. But then I just, you mature, you get more grounded, you value different things, right? And so you value compassion and kindness and service and vulnerable population work. And so I just been spending my life on that the last 15 years. And the Green Space Project was a huge part of that. Manuals I was writing for the youth offender group and other things.
I understand that.
The phone was useful to it. So it didn't feel like, oh, I have this criminal part of my life and this non-criminal. I felt like I have my life that I've changed with, and this is really an incredible assistance for that. And it was very bad judgment, obviously. And then later, taking criminal thinking courses and so on, you learn a lot more about the impact. But at the time, you don't think it's harming anyone.
Well, at the time we're talking about was November of 2024, right? That's the time we're talking about. Your last cell phone?
Right. So after that,
yes,
when I seek, that's when consequential thinking, because now it has this huge consequence. It's also much more known in my community. And
yeah, but that's what I'm struggling with, Mr. Menendez. You're a bright guy. You got college degrees, right? And I would think that since you're a bright guy, you would understand the irony of using illegal activities like a cell phone to do good things. It almost taints them, doesn't it?
It's definitely part of the way I was viewing my analysis of it, because it really wasn't impulsive. I thought it through, and I felt like I sometimes get very intensely focused on the goal that I'm doing in this service project or in my connections that it's giving me to my family, that I overlook the means and cross some boundaries. And it's something I've worked on.
Isn't that dangerous though? Because if you are basically saying the ends justify the means, I mean, I'm breaking prison rules to use a cell phone, but it's for a good reason, so I can live with that. Could that not get you into trouble in the community?
Absolutely. That's why I did seek help for it. I learned a tremendous about that very specific thing too, which is ends does not justify means. I know that in a large sense, but I had convinced myself that this wasn't a means that was harming anyone but myself in a rule violation. And so I didn't even think it really disrupted prison management that much, because I had an experience early on when a phone got taken.
Well, let's talk about that. Since you brought that up, let's talk about it. So you have the 2 RVRs from November, possession of a cell phone. You pled guilty. I'm guilty. I want to apologize. And then you have one in March. They found it in your cell. You submitted a written statement. You pled guilty to that too, correct?
Correct.
All right. You were also provided, there's 3 other RVRs involving cell phones or cell phone components that you were found not guilty. And this is the concern that I have, and I want to hear your response. So at the top of page 191 of your writings, this is what you said. In order to have a phone at my disposal, I helped my roommates hide the phones. In doing so, I hid the phone. I kept point. I also purchased the phone. I did all these things. When one phone got confiscated, someone stepped up, took responsibility, and then we replaced the phone and continued. Right? Looking back, I can see all my deceptive actions. I can see how I justified the use as well as replacing the phones. So when I look at these not guilties, at the time, you were in a 6-person dorm, correct?
Right.
Can I use the word celly with that? Will you understand when I say celly and to include those 6 people?
Yeah, you have 5 roommates at all times.
Okay. So when I look at all these not guilty RVRs, it's the same celly that accepted responsibility for all 3. Do you recall that?
That could well be, right. That was one of the roles he played, right.
So how does that work? You say somebody stepped up. How did that take place? So they find a cell phone in your common area, and someone's got to take a hit. How does it said I kept point? What does that mean?
Well, at various times, the group is sort of protecting the phone, and at various times you play different roles to contribute to that. And so somebody would be keeping point, or somebody would be holding it. Another person, maybe he didn't have the privileges that you would lose with being caught with a phone didn't matter to him. So he would be the one that would take responsibility. So that's kind of, when I learned later that this kind of activity is technically like gang activity, that was very true. When you finally looked at it, it really was. It was kind of like gang activity. It may not have had a name, but it was contributing to this.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I was going to ask you about that, right? I was going to ask you, Mr. Menendez, have you been involved in any gang type activity? So now you're saying yes. Antisocial peers. You have a number of relapse prevention plans. Do you have one for antisocial peers or gang-related type activity?
I have one for criminal thinking, lying manipulation, criminal thinking.
Yes, I'm looking at all that.
That's where I learned about sort of antisocial thinking patterns and gang activity in the criminal thinking courses I took. So I addressed it in there.
All right. What is criminal thinking to your understanding?
Well, knowing in its simplest form, just knowing right and wrong, and choosing wrong or thinking about doing wrong if it's thinking, right, but also just doing wrong.
Excellent. That's the definition I use. I think that's excellent. Going back to your group, right? Your antisocial group, because to have cell phones, you have to be involved with antisocial peers. Fair enough. People that are going to know where to get cell phones. Money has to be spent to buy them. Effort to hide them. Those are antisocial peers, correct?
That's fair.
Did you ever? Well, before I ask that question, were you in charge of this? I mean, because I don't know. If I was on jury duty, I'd probably pick you. You got a lot of leadership ability. You wouldn't be leading the inmate advisory council if you didn't have leadership ability. So who was running this cell phone operation?
In this particular arena, the people who are most skilled at this are ex-gang members. They have a lot of experience in this stuff. A lot of them came from other prisons with hiding phones, and so you kind of rely on that, but I definitely put my own intellect into if I didn't think it was a good idea or said something.
All right.
So yes, it was a collaboration.
Do you have an estimate of how many cell phones we're talking about from when when your Shelleys were holding and using phones till when you got caught in November of 2024? An estimate, if you have one. I don't want you to guess, but
Yeah.
it's a long period of time, and it indicates that you guys were getting caught from time to time. I mean,
Right.
so you had to replace
probably-
cell phones, right?
5 is a definite estimate number, I would say, but a lot of times they exchange phones, so number would go up if you were talking about guys would exchange the phones.
All right. Were you ever involved in selling cell phones?
No, I gave mine away to someone, but I didn't sell it. I didn't need the money to sell it, so I didn't sell it.
I was told that nothing.
After the first,
I was told that nothing in prison is free. Why would you give a cell phone away?
I give away a lot of things in prison are free because I give away a lot. So I just needed to get. After I got caught with the first one, I was kind of wanting to make a change. Did not, because I was still borrowing the phone in the room, but felt like that was a consequential act for me, and somebody needed a phone upgrade. I said, here, you can have mine. The best way to not change my mind was to get rid of it. And I didn't, you sell a phone and that gets around, and so I just get rid of the phone.
I've looked at your relapse prevention plan for cell phones. Do you think that your personality disorder, do you know what the doctor diagnosed you with? What personality disorder the BPH doctor diagnosed you with? Do you recall?
Other non-specific, I think, personality disorder. If I'm misquoting it, I apologize.
Other specified personality disorder with antisocial and narcissistic traits. Do you know anything about that, what that means?
I went to, after I took the CRA, to the psychologist that I saw at the prison here, and we reviewed it, and she discussed it with me, so I have a sense of it.
All right. Based on what your sense of it is, do you think that personality disorder played a role in your need for connection and your need to have a cell phone in prison?
I don't know about that specific personality disorder. She did not feel that I met the criteria for that specific personality disorder, but nevertheless, I wanted to discuss the underlying traits, which I did feel. Some of them were, I felt it resonated with me, and so I asked her about it. And then when I also took it to Susan Olasek, who runs the Enneagram Project, because that's all about personality type. And so I was in very much need of trying to understand it, and I did see that there are a number of things in my personality that I do get carried away with a goal and have the feeling, especially if it's a pro-social goal, of rationalizing, okay, then it's okay to have broken that rule. And so I feel like I'm not a general, I got breaking rules, but nevertheless, this rule, which I broke obviously repeatedly.
And that's why I started out with that, trying to reconcile these two versions of you. I didn't want to use Jekyll and Hyde because that's trite, but right, I mean, there's this pro-social you, and there's this other part of you that is willing to use cell phones if it's for a good reason. So that's why I asked that. So based on your behavior from 2018 to 2016, considering everything, do you feel like you've been a model incarcerated person?
No, I would never call myself a model incarcerated person, no.
What would you call yourself?
I would say that...
Go ahead.
I would say that I'm a good person, that I spend my time helping people, that I'm very open and accepting of people, particularly a lot of the vulnerable populations that get picked on or isolated here. I get great satisfaction from that. I'm someone people can come to and spend time with. I feel like I have a lot of compassion. I feel like I'm self-deprecating and open and willing to share. And so I feel like I'm the guy that a lot of officers will come to resolve conflicts with other inmates. They don't want to lock up or do things. I'm much of a peacekeeper. I'm the one they trust with tools and management of certain things. So there's a level of trust there. So I feel like I'm a good, positive part of the community, and it's really important to me to be that. At the time, I didn't feel that using the phone was inconsistent with that. I think Commissioner Reardon and I had an unfortunate experience when phones got taken from me almost right away.
Right.
And the investigative services unit, guys never give up a code to open the phone because there's always private, naked pictures of their wife or something's on there. They don't want it. They won't do that. They'll just plead guilty. But they told me, would you be willing to unlock your phone so we could see if you are using it for any criminal activity, particularly involving officers or drugs or moving money or doing things? I was not, so I did. They fully investigated it, and they said, if that's the case, then we'll just let this go away. And I learned the wrong lesson from that, Commissioner Reardon. I should have learned the lesson that, these things are obviously important to them and used for criminal activity. I didn't learn that lesson until later. I learned the lesson that if it's not for crimes and certain things, it's less of a management problem.
Well, let's talk about that. And to that point,
right.
Did you ever, you had a group of 6 people and they're all using the cell phone, correct?
Right.
So at any point in time, do you really know what cellie number 1 or cellie number 2 is doing with that cell phone?
Not really, no. You're right.
So what makes cell phones dangerous if you believe that they are dangerous in an institution?
Well, the phones, what guys can do with the phones makes it very dangerous because it's confidential communication. Inmates are using it for attacks on officers, moving drugs, running drug rings, coordinating efforts, harassing witnesses, pressuring family members.
Right.
If what I hear sometimes on the phone next to me on the wall phone is any indication what might be happening on a cell phone, I think there's some domestic violence harassment. So I do think I did learn a great deal about it, the impact, particularly impact on staff and prison management, which I put as part of that workshop because I think that.
Are you talking about the workshop with Dr. Hauser after your last cell phone? Is that what you're talking about?
After I learned a lot of this, I felt like it needed to be imparted. She told me it was important to share that, so I thought it was best in a workshop.
I guess that's
on a level 2.
I guess what I'm struggling with is that you're a bright guy. You've got the credentials, right? You've got the college degrees, and for you to say it during that period of time, I didn't really think it was a bad thing. But yet, you're part of a process. You're part of a group that provides cell phones that could do all those things you described, all those bad things you described. Officers assaulted, drugs moved, hits ordered. Those are all bad things, right?
Right, but if you don't have the awareness of that, you can't make a decision to ignore that and do it anyway.
And you got that awareness.
So you're in denial.
You got that awareness.
You're in denial over it.
When did you get that awareness?
I got it talking to Dr. Hauser, just from her verbally starting to tell me. I got it a little bit from a senior officer, Lieutenant Palladian, who spent a lot of time with me because he felt I genuinely wanted to get past this problem I had. And then in criminal thinking, the criminal thinking course, I learned some of it. And then in the research for this workshop, which Dr. Hauser provided a lot of it.
Which workshop?
I really learned a lot about it.
Which workshop are you talking about?
The disconnect to reconnect.
Okay, yeah.
You
facilitated that, right?
Yes, I organized it and put it together. I wasn't the speaker, but one of the lieutenants came to that workshop and told a very emotional story about a partner of his who had committed suicide,
right?
Who had been bringing in phones, and so it was just you learn about the impact and you realize it's not just a rule-breaking bad thing that helps your other good things.
Hey, was Erik
contributing to?
Was Erik ever involved in any of this organization, this group of people you had, your 5 other cellies? Was Erik involved in using your cell phones?
He lived with me for a short period of time where he was, and he got caught around the exact same time in November. So.
That's not a good look, though, right? Because these are you two breaking the rules again to achieve a goal. That's a lapse in judgment, is it not, on your part?
Yeah, we were a big part of the reason for the change afterwards. I mean, I think he's actually one of my accountability partners on it, because it was a come to Jesus moment of the depth of this problem for us and the need to hold each other accountable and change. And my brother and I spend our time working together on pro-social stuff. We have tremendous, I think, a very valuable, positive relationship now.
Okay.
And he's critical to finally getting it, because I don't disagree with what you're saying.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that leads me to my next question. You have a support system, a good one. Like I said, you've submitted a lot of good work. You have a support system. Did you have a support system in prison? Do you have one now?
I had my community that I'm very engaged in. And I had my family. But one of the things I learned, I never had an addiction problem. I didn't really need support sponsor partners like some guys. This is the first time I felt like I encountered something that really was very hard to give up.
The reason I'm asking is because if there was any type of support network in place at the time you were using the cell phones for 6 years, I would wonder, why wouldn't you talk to them? Because I'm convinced after talking to you, you're a bright guy, and part of you knew I shouldn't be doing this. It's a good thing, but part of you knew I shouldn't be doing this. So to me, That's not any different than you're out in the community and you're tempted, you're triggered, and you're contemplating bad behavior, and you got to talk to somebody. Was there no one in your support system available that you could have discussed your extensive cell phone use with?
Right. If I had in place what I have in place now for support, then I definitely would be more able to say, hey, I'm feeling the tension, because you're correct. I always felt the tension of this is just not something that I live my life. 35 years, I haven't had to be worried about a cell search. This is the first time I have to be worried about cell search. So I'm not living congruent with the way who I am. That tension was there. It just didn't override the consequence. And as far as support system, I mean, I had peers and I had family, but for this particular thing, I did not have the support system I have now. I definitely feel like I'm aware now of the vulnerabilities of what you're talking about. Right. I would have, in fact, it proved to me that you could feel like a very good, positive, helpful person in your community and show that, and be susceptible to rationalizing a rule-breaking thing, which I do think can be a problem. And that's one of the reasons I felt like I need a very transparent system always going forward, and not just if I get released. Also in here going forward, having that system in place, accountability partners, right. Formerly incarcerated people who understand criminal thinking better and those susceptibilities you were talking about. Right. Like I have all that in place now, therapists, spiritual advisors, so on.
Do the people
that came after the cell phone thing?
Yes. I mean, that's good news, bad news to me, right? The good news is, the bad news is you got a cell phone relatively late in the game. The good news is you immediately took steps to address it. So we'll talk about that maybe a little bit, but the people in your current support system, are they 100% aware of your write-ups, your RVRs, the November cell phone? Are they aware of that?
100%, and I've already apologized for because it's not living amends, breaking rules when you are partly living your life to honor your family and your victim's family. So I wanted to make sure they knew everything, and several of them stepped up to be accountability partners for this specific problem, as well as the general part of breaking, taking shortcuts that are against norms. So they really stepped up to help me. Signed up on the GTL. A lot of, I wasn't sure they would do that. They did do that, and I'm grateful.
We'll get to that area, but you have a lot of support in the community. That's obvious. We'll talk about that when we talk about parole plans. When did you get access to a CDCR tablet?
2021.
So then
I'm
that,
not sure when the RJD was the last prison, so I'm thinking it was right after COVID.
and that allows you to make phone calls, correct?
Phone calls and video calls, yes.
They're monitored, but you get to make them. So then I have to ask, if you had a tablet for legitimate calls, why did the illegal cell phones continue for so long?
This is the portion of the hearing that I'd request be made on a confidential tape.
I'll defer to the commissioner.
And all right, so Ms. Rummel, is there something you can say to, on the record to help us understand the need for that, or is this something?
I communicated it with the board. If we are going to be speaking, he's not going to make any excuses for why he's using cell phones, but if you're going to talk about his access to people on tablets, what he's going to talk about is relevant to his thinking about why the tablets were not a way that he could communicate simply with monitoring by CDCR. I mean, we can talk about it publicly. I think you know what's coming. We can do it either way you want to do it.
So it's the inquiry into why a
tablet wasn't sufficient in terms of it, why the difference, the meaningful differences given the public notoriety of his case and conduct by CDCR staff, why in his case a tablet wasn't a sufficient, what his thinking was at the time about that, not his excuse for using it.
That's confidential? His thoughts about why a tablet wasn't sufficient are confidential?
Just making the request. If you deny it, he's still going to talk about it.
Commissioner, do you want to take a recess to discuss the council's request?
I do, and maybe we can take a 15-minute or so. Everyone can grab a bite to eat. I know we've been going a long time, so let's try to come back around 12:35.
We are now back on the record, Commissioner.
Thank you all for your patience. It is 12:55, and everyone has returned, all the principals anyway. Ms. Rummel, so we did consult with legal. I think we have an idea of what you would like logistically. It seems that is not feasible. I also noted you did say that your client would still testify about what you wanted, and so I think what we should do is proceed without any confidential recording or separate hearing. And if it goes into an area that looks like it could, I don't know, jeopardize somebody's security, your client's security, then we can shut it down. But that's where I'm inclined to go at this point.
Okay. There are two confidential issues which I've alerted to the board. Mr. Milius's office is aware of. There's one we're not going to speak about on the record, so we will just leave whatever is noted and whatever information has been relayed through the confidential file at that. The second one, he will, it's just it's not a big issue, it's just a direct response to Commissioner Reardon's question about tablets versus cell phones. So it's a quick response. I've talked to my client, he will do that on the record, and we can just keep proceeding with the hearing. But thank you for considering my request.
Of course, thank you. All right, back to you, Commissioner.
I will repeat the question then, Mr. Menendez. I think the question was, I asked you when RJD got cell phones. I think you said 2021, they were the last. And I think my question was...
tablets or cell phones?
Tablets, I'm sorry.
You meant tablets.
I meant tablets. So once you got tablets, why did you keep using the cell phones, the illegal cell phones?
I should not have. Full stop there. I definitely should not have. Privacy was a concern. A lot of the messages and communications off of the phone that was monitored were being sold and ending up in tabloids. 2018 to 2024 is the intensive publicity period of the case, Menendez case, documentaries, everything that started with Dick Wolf's primetime series and then ended with Monsters. So it was very saleable information, and that it's not an excuse, but I definitely felt like I had a great deal more privacy on phones, and that information was being sold, and including by staff.
Okay, so if I understand then, is what you did was you weighed your right of privacy that was not being upheld on the tablet against using a cell phone that wasn't being monitored. You weighed those two and you decided to go with the cell phone?
Correct. I had no right of privacy. I want to make that also clear. So that would, but I made that the way that it was being used in a way maybe other inmates it wasn't, and I made that decision. Yeah.
Understood.
It was the wrong one.
Any follow-up questions on that, Commissioner, or else I can move on?
Were you required to speak to the media? You mentioned Dick Wolf. I mean, are you saying you were talking to producers or directors? Is that what I heard?
No. No, what I'm saying is...
Hang on, I just let him answer. Go ahead, Mr. Menendez. I want to hear from you because I must have misheard.
No, what I was saying is that my conversations with family and others and messages and video calls that are monitored by staff, that information was being misused and sold to the media by them.
Okay, so your conversations with staff were, okay, all right. So did you feel like you were entitled to keep your privacy by talking on a cell phone?
I wasn't. It was just an emotional, it was just a reaction that I was already currently using the phone, had rationalized it. So when the tablets came and we started using it and stories started appearing, I felt like the phone was a way to protect that privacy. And it's, I'm not entitled to that. So.
Well, for 6 years, you must have felt entitled to that. Is that fair to say?
Well, the period of time that the tablets were in place, privacy was one reason. In fact, you're right. I mean, I think you're right. The 6 years, the privacy was one factor. Right.
Okay. Do you think other incarcerated people would like privacy with their discussions with family?
I'm sure they would prefer privacy, but I feel like they have essentially privacy and anonymity because they're not going to have any of their conversations end up anywhere. I don't know why that would happen. So they have privacy just in terms, because the monitoring we're talking about is supposed to be just for criminal activity or something they hear, not to be exploited. And it's just the nature of sellable content, I guess. But
would another option have been to not have discussions like that on the tablet? Anything that would be seen as worthy of being sold to the media? Had that crossed your mind?
No, this is the kind of information. It's like, what are they doing for his brother's birthday? What are they doing for Halloween? When is it? Knowing when his wife's coming into town. What's his reaction to the latest court date? I bet you we see it when I get on a tablet and talk about what happened at board. That will end up somewhere. It's not something you can kind of just not do. I mean, you could just not talk to your family and friends anymore.
What about old-fashioned snail mail? Couldn't you put that in a letter and send it, or that would not work either?
That might work.
Okay.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's just slower. It's just, I don't know. You're not incorrect.
That's why I call it snail mail, right? That's what they call it.
Staff monitor mail as well as tablets.
True enough.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Commissioner.
All right, so I want to shift gears now and I want to ask you about some confidential memorandums. You should have received a notice of confidential information dated March 6, 2025. Do you remember seeing that, Mr. Menendez? I think it's 1, 2,
Yes.
3, 4 pages. I'm only going to ask you about 3 memorandums. And feel free to answer or not answer whatever you want. The first one is the date of the source item, 10/25/23. And keep in mind that the date of the source item may or may not reflect the actual date of the incidents they're talking about. It states confidential information was received alleging you were participating in illicit behavior and or illegal activities to include unauthorized transactions, pressuring other incarcerated persons, and being in possession of contraband. We've talked about the cell phones, all right? This is your opportunity if you want to clarify whether or not there was more involved in cell phones.
This particular confidential is, Commissioner Reeder, probably the only one I would dispute because I'm well aware of it. It was generated by Jerome Hendricks with a sergeant that was fired shortly thereafter. He was an informant for him that was simply not telling the truth. He was a drug addict. He provided this information. It was factually incorrect because the inmate he said that I was using to pressure someone in the cell did not even live in the building.
All right. For context, though, I just want for context, I recall that was Hendricks one of your cellies at the time?
Hendricks was a cellie for a period of time, and this is a completely made-up story. And I was alerted by a staff member about it because the inmate he was pretending was being pressured didn't even live in the building. And this was sort of a confidential written a long time later by this sergeant. So this particular one, I'm not disputing some of these confidentials, but this one and this individual has also made a lot of money in the media, selling stories, making things up. I don't know. It's just I don't know feelings toward him. It's just some people susceptible to that. But this one, the sergeant that generated it is no longer with the department because of misconduct, and this is the kind of misconduct.
All right. Do you have it in front of you, the actual document in front of you?
Yes. I didn't know if you wanted me to look at it, but it just brought it.
No, I just like for on the same page, literally. So the top of the next page, 52322. You have that?
I don't have 52322, but I have a 929. Oh, hold on. Maybe I do. Hold on. Maybe I have the other page. Yes.
All right.
Got it.
Good. Literally on the same page. So that source item is confidential information was received alleging you were participating in illicit behaviors to include being in possession of a cellular phone. We've talked about that, correct? Additionally, information was received alleging you were using other incarcerated persons to conceal the cellular phone to avoid detection from staff. So we've talked about you having cell phones. Is there anything you want to add to that confidential memorandum?
Other than that would be correct that inmates were concealing or taking responsibility or helping me conceal. And I'm assuming they're talking about the roommates.
Okay.
This particular confidential was also generated by that same sergeant. So he might be putting a 10 on a 2 there. I don't have the confidential. And this one wasn't provided to me like the other one when a staff member realized it was just factually not correct. So I don't know what's in there. But from what I can read is accurate.
How do you know it was prepared by the same sergeant?
Because the inmate that was interviewed for it came and told me that I told him, just tell the truth. He said, the sergeant's asking me that I concealed the phone for you. He lived with me. And so he said, I did, like you asked. And I said, okay. And he said, he's doing a large investigation about concealing phones. I said, okay. So I just knew the sergeant involved. I don't know the information in it.
Sorry about that. Go ahead, Commissioner.
All right. And then I think we talked about 5420 that you had cell phones. You told us that. And then 5119 about mid-page. Do you see that?
A cell phone, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that says about the same thing. So were you involved? We talked about cell phones. Were you involved in obtaining or distributing things other than cell phones? Because some of those RBRs dealt with cell phone components. which could mean a lot of different things. So my question is, were you involved in bringing in or using things other than actual cell phones?
No, the components are related to the cell phones, earbuds, chargers, the accessories, cell phone accessories, which is the same violation as possessing a cell phone. It's my understanding, but it's not the actual cell.
So none of that.
But
you were involved in bringing in or using any of those components that you just mentioned, chargers, earbuds?
No, I used all of those components. I didn't get them smuggled in. We just purchased off the yard. People sell, the components. Usually, if you bought a phone, it came with all that, and you just hide it with everything else.
Okay.
And a lot of times it's the components are what gets found because they're just kind of laying around or sloppy.
What did you buy off the yard and use other than cell phones, cell phone chargers, and earbuds? Did you buy or use anything else off the yard? I'll give you a list.
No.
What about Fire sticks, Roku sticks, anything like that?
A Roku stick was purchased off the yard. Yes, I remember that specifically. The seller used it to watch movies.
By you?
I didn't buy it. No,
you just used it.
I wasn't watching the movies, but not because no moral reason. I just.
What about
they had a movie night? They had a movie night and they used it for that. So I.
What about?
But I may have watched.
What about memory sticks? You know what I'm talking about? Maybe like a flash drive, a memory stick. Did you use those?
I didn't, because the memory sticks are used for the guys that love to watch these movies. So they catalog hundreds of movies. I use the phone for other things. But if it's in the cell, I feel like I'm just as responsible because it's not happening behind a curtain. I'm aware of it.
Okay. So those are all the questions I have for you, Mr. Menendez. If you could return your attention to the Commissioner, she'll have some more questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reardon.
All right. So as far as your parole plans there in your packet, was there anything else you wanted to add or clarify about those?
No.
Okay. Couple follow-ups on the cell phone. So when you were caught using the cell phone, I think the two that you got the write-ups for, it looked like you were trying to hide or turn off the cell phone. Like you didn't immediately respond to the officer's request to, step back and stuff. I could read the 115 if you want me to, but
right.
Do you recall that?
Right, I was on a video chat and the officer was there. I wasn't paying attention and he showed up, and I did take the steps to disconnect from the video chat, and I might even have said goodbye and I gotta go. There's an officer here. I'm not exactly 100% sure, but I definitely did all that at that time.
Well, you're kind of making it sound like it was this innocent little, I just wanted to say goodbye to the person I was chatting with. I think it reads a little bit more a little bit more deceitful in the record. So you're saying you didn't try to turn it off or keep it from him, from the officer?
I disconnected the call. I did turn it off and I handed it to him.
In the other one, I don't have it up in front of me right now. It also seemed that there was some reluctance to do what the officer was asking regarding you turning your cell phone over. Do you recall that? Same sort of, to me, it reads as deception, but it sounds like you were just trying to politely hang up the phone, or.
In the other one, it was a little more of a aggressive search, and she gave me an order to not move my hands. And so I did not hand it over immediately because I'm just, in my mind, I haven't been in those situations, but I don't want to make any movement that causes some escalation. So she told me not to move. And then I did see some in the report that there was she was saying I delayed in handing it over, but I did explain to the lieutenant who had the video there that you could hear her say, "Do not move your arms and do not move," and so there was no way I could hand it over to her because it was on the bed. And so,
well, as I recall, it said you took a bladed stance, which I'm assuming means sort of aggressive. Did I read that wrong?
The bladed stance was the second one where I was in the middle of the video chat calling it, and I didn't want to turn my back on him. The phone was on the wall, and he came here, so I turned to take the phone off the wall and disconnected. And I didn't want to turn my back and plead to him and him think I'm doing something like with a weapon or something crazy. So I just made sure he could see what I was doing, and so that's why it's kind of like he called it a bladed stance. I actually asked him about it. He said, "Well, you were clearly trying to show me what you were doing, but like you turned that direction." But the phone was on a wall, like on a magnet or something, and I took it off the wall and turned it off.
And you wrote, and I think you said today, the very first time you had a cell phone or used a cell phone was at RJD, when you got to RJD?
Right. I came into the dorm and they had cell phones. Mule Creek. I mean, Mule Creek did not have a cell phone problem that I saw. I certainly was never tempted to use one, but it was a different setting. This one is dorms.
Why wouldn't you be tempted to use it then? You still have the same privacy concerns, right?
No, my brother and I lived relatively media in terms of frenzy, anonymous life up till the end of 2017.
Hopefully that gives you a little more insight. I hope you were able to stay through it all. And if you have, congratulations and thank you. But, I'm always a big fan of getting close to the action itself. There's a reason that we put people on the stand facing the entire courtroom so that we can look in their eyes as they testify and promise us that they're telling us the truth. A lot of times you can tell. There's this intuition that we have, our spidey senses, our gut. A lot of times we can tell when someone's not telling the truth just by looking at them and listening to them, which is why I am such a proponent of cameras in the courtroom, of having the public be a part of the public process. We don't do justice in secret in this country. Plenty of other countries do. We don't. So I'm really glad to be able to bring these hearings to you. I hope you enjoyed them. I hope you got insight. I hope you know more about the process of jurisprudence in this country. And if you take anything away from this podcast, you know what I'm about to say. The truth isn't just serious. It's drop dead serious.